Welcome back to Infidelity Tales Lab. We're incredibly grateful for your support. Before we begin today's tale, tell us, which city or country are you joining us from? We love connecting with our global audience. Now, let's dive into today's story. Chapter 1. Foundations. Frank Donovan adjusted his tie in the mirror of the hotel bathroom, his fingers working despite their size. Military habits died hard. 7 years since his honorable discharge, and he still maintained the same routine: efficient movements, minimal wasted effort. The charity gala for veterans wasn't his idea of a perfect Friday night, but his former commanding officer had insisted. Just show up, shake a few hands, Colonel Matthews had said. These people write checks that keep our brothers off the streets. Frank ran a hand over his close-cropped dark hair and straightened his shoulders. The reflection that stared back at him was a man molded by discipline, broad-shouldered, sharp-jawed, with penetrating gray eyes that gave little away. His dress uniform had been replaced by a charcoal suit that felt like a costume, but tonight wasn't about comfort. The ballroom of the Warwick Hotel buzzed with the orchestrated chaos of wealth. Champagne flutes clinked, designer dresses shimmered under crystal chandeliers, and the carefully modulated laughter of people who'd never known true danger filled the air. Frank circulated as instructed, accepting handshakes and gratitude for his service with stoic nods. Captain Donovan. Colonel Matthews appeared at his side, steering him toward a small group near the windows. There's someone you need to meet. She stood with her back to him, conversing with two older men who seemed captivated by whatever she was saying. Dark hair cascaded in loose waves to the middle of her back, contrasting with a deep blue dress that caught the light when she moved. Ms. Palmer. The colonel interrupted smoothly. May I introduce Captain Frank Donovan? One of the finest tacticians I've ever had under my command. She turned, and Frank felt something unexpected, a momentary loss of composure as her eyes met his. They were startlingly intelligent, assessing him with open curiosity. Vanessa Palmer. She extended her hand, her grip firm and confident. Former captain, I presume? Just Frank now, he replied, releasing her hand perhaps a beat too late. The captain didn't translate well to civilian life. I find that military precision translates to every aspect of life, she said. The discipline, the strategic thinking, valuable anywhere. Colonel Matthews excused himself with a knowing smile that Frank pretended not to notice. What brings you to a veterans charity event, Ms. Palmer? Frank asked. Vanessa, please. She took a sip of champagne. My family foundation is considering a substantial donation. I wanted to see firsthand where the money might go. The Palmer Foundation? Recognition clicked into place. The Palmers were old money, railroads, shipping, East Coast aristocracy. That's quite a legacy. One I'm trying to direct toward actual impact rather than just plaques on buildings. Her smile contained a hint of rebellion. And you? Beyond being paraded around as a war hero, what does Frank Donovan do with his particular set of skills? Security consulting? The answer came automatically, though mostly small-scale corporate work so far. She studied him as if flipping through mental files. Independent contractor or with a firm? Independent. Most firms want figureheads, not operators. Interesting. She moved slightly closer as the crowd shifted around them. What's your specialty? Integrated systems. Human elements supported by technology, not replaced by it. Frank found himself elaborating beyond his usual terse explanations. Most security fails at the intersection of people and protocols. Her eyes lit with unexpected interest. Would you have time for coffee next week? I have some thoughts I'd like to run by you. Frank hesitated, suddenly aware this conversation had shifted from social pleasantry to something else entirely. Professional curiosity, she added, correctly reading his pause. Though the company isn't entirely objectionable either. You're insane, Frank said, but his tone lacked conviction as he studied the business plans spread across the table of the small cafe. 3 weeks had passed since the charity gala. What began as coffee had evolved into lunch, then dinner, and now this. An ambitious proposal laid out in meticulous detail. Possibly, Vanessa agreed, tapping a manicured nail against the projected revenue chart. But the market gap exists, Frank. High-end clients don't want off-the-shelf security systems, and they don't want retired cops standing around looking intimidating. They want bespoke solutions from people who understand real threats. And you think we, two people who met less than a month ago, should launch this company together? Frank tried to keep skepticism in his voice, but the numbers were compelling, as was the woman across from him. I did my homework on you. Vanessa leaned forward. 3 tours in special operations. Advanced degrees in systems, engineering, and human behavior analysis that you completed between deployments. Citations for innovative tactical solutions in non-permissive environments. She paused. Did I mention I have security clearance through the Foundation's government contracts? Frank raised an eyebrow. Should I be flattered or concerned by this background check? Both. Her smile was unapologetic. I don't partner with people I don't vet thoroughly. Partner? He tested the word. Your family's okay with you venturing into security systems with an ex-soldier you just met? Something flickered across her face. Annoyance, perhaps. I don't require permission, Frank. The trust fund gives me autonomy, and I've spent the last decade proving I know how to allocate resources effectively. Fair enough. He took a sip of coffee. But why me? You could hire any number of qualified people. Because you think differently. She closed the portfolio. Most security experts follow playbooks. You create them. I need that innovative approach for what I have in mind. Frank considered her words. The concept was solid. A boutique security firm offering custom solutions to wealthy individuals, corporations with specialized needs, and eventually government contracts. His expertise, paired with her connections and business acumen, could work. And if he was honest with himself, there was another factor making this proposal appealing. There's something else you should know, he said finally. If we do this, you'll be partnering with more than just my professional background. Your half-brother, Douglas. Vanessa nodded. Troubled history, multiple failed business ventures, gambling issues. Currently attempting to launch a marketing consultancy in Chicago. Frank stared at her. That's thorough. Like I said, I do my homework. She raised her cup to her lips. Family complications don't deter me, Frank. But I should be clear. I'm proposing a partnership with you, not your brother. Understood. I just believe in full disclosure. Frank paused. Doug and I have a complicated relationship, but he tends to circle back when he needs help. And you always provide it, she observed. Loyalty is an admirable trait, though sometimes misplaced. Speaking from experience? Let's just say I recognize patterns. She extended her hand across the table. So, do we move forward with this, or do you need more time to consider? Frank looked at her offered hand, then back to her eyes. There was something there beyond professional interest, something he hadn't allowed himself to acknowledge until now. Let's do it, he said, taking her hand. Sentinel Solutions it is. Their wedding 6 months later surprised everyone except those who had witnessed their partnership evolve. The ceremony was small but elegant, held at the Palmer family estate in Connecticut. What began as a business alliance had transformed into something neither had anticipated, but both embraced with characteristic decisiveness. The reception found Frank momentarily alone on the terrace, watching guests mingle on the manicured lawn below. His new wife was surrounded by family friends, effortlessly charming the social circles she'd navigated since childhood. So you actually went through with it, a familiar voice said behind him. Frank turned to see his half-brother approaching, a glass of whiskey in hand, and an expression that hovered between amusement and something darker. Good to see you too, Doug, Frank replied evenly. Glad you could make it. Douglas Donovan shared some of Frank's features. The same jawline, similar height, but where Frank was solid, Doug was lean. Where Frank's movements were measured, Doug's held a restless energy. For years younger, he had inherited their father's charm without the discipline. Quite the setup you've landed yourself in. Doug gestured broadly at the estate. Military hero marries into old money. It's like a fucking Lifetime movie. It's not like that. Frank kept his voice neutral. Vanessa and I built a company together. The marriage came after. Right. The security business. Doug stepped closer, lowering his voice. Speaking of which, That offer to come work for you two still stand? Chicago isn't exactly panning out. Frank suppressed a sigh. He'd anticipated this conversation, but had hoped to delay it beyond his wedding day. What happened to the marketing consultancy? Creative differences with my partners. Doug shrugged, the practiced casualness betrayed by tension around his eyes. Turns out people who invest expect results on a schedule. Unreasonable, really. How much do you owe this time? Doug's expression hardened momentarily before he forced a laugh. Always thinking the worst of me. Can't a brother just want to support the family business? Doug, fine. 40,000. Doug stared into his glass. But these aren't ordinary creditors, Frank. They don't send late notices in the mail. Frank closed his eyes briefly. You went back to DeMarco. I needed bridge financing. Doug's voice took on an edge of desperation. Just until some accounts paid. How was I supposed to know they'd pull out last minute? Because they always do. Frank looked out over the party, spotting Vanessa laughing with her parents. The life he was building, the company, the marriage, was finally putting distance between him and the endless cycle of rescuing his brother. I'll handle DeMarco, but this is it, Doug. The absolute last time. Relief washed over Doug's face. You're a lifesaver, Frank. Literally, probably. In exchange, you come work for Sentinel. Entry-level operations management. You follow protocols, keep regular hours, and answered me just like any other employee. Frank turned to face his brother fully. One mistake, one hint of gambling, and you're out with no safety net. Understood. Doug raised his glass in a mock toast. To new beginnings and family loyalty. Are you sure about this? Vanessa asked later that night in their hotel suite. Her wedding dress replaced by silk pajamas as she reviewed the transfer Frank had just authorized. 40,000 is a significant amount to give someone with his history. It's not a gift, Frank replied, loosening his tie. It's an investment in keeping him alive and potentially useful. Doug has talents when he applies himself. In operations management, skepticism colored her tone. That's a critical role, Frank. Entry-level, closely supervised. He moved behind her, hands on her shoulders. Trust me, I have no illusions about my brother. Vanessa leaned back against him. I trust you. I just don't want our company compromised by family obligations. It won't be. Frank turned her chair to face him. Sentinel comes first. Always. She studied him, then nodded. We should set clear boundaries from the beginning. Professional relationship at work, transparent financial arrangements. Agreed. He pulled her at her feet. But can we table the business discussion? It is our wedding night. Vanessa smiled, reaching up to trace his jawline. Technically, it's our wedding night and our quarterly planning meeting. We're multitaskers, remember? Frank laughed, lifting her into his arms. Then let's be efficient with our time, Mrs. Donovan. 5 years passed in a blur of 18-hour days, rapid expansion, and increasingly complex security contracts. What began as custom home security systems for wealthy individuals evolved into corporate solutions, then specialized government work that leveraged Frank's military background and security clearances. Sentinel Solutions headquarters occupied the top 3 floors of a downtown high-rise. Glass, steel, and restricted access points that showcased their own technology. Frank's office overlooked the city, though he rarely paused to appreciate the view. The Singapore contract is finalized, Eliza Chen announced, entering after a brief knock. The financial controller had been their third hire, recruited from a major accounting firm with promises of equity and autonomy. Small, precise, and fiercely intelligent, she had helped translate their vision into sustainable growth. Good. Frank glanced up from the prototype schematics on his tablet. Did they accept the additional monitoring clause? After some negotiation, Eliza placed a folder on his desk. Vanessa convinced them it was non-negotiable for the level of security they wanted. Where is she now? Client dinner with the Japanese delegation. Eliza hesitated. Your brother is handling the arrangements. Frank nodded, noting but not commenting on her careful neutrality whenever Doug was mentioned. And the valuation numbers for Friday's announcement? Finalized this morning. Eliza's expression brightened. 7 million, Frank. Exactly where we projected for the 5-year mark. Not bad for a startup with 2 employees and a borrowed desk. He allowed himself a rare smile. 3 employees, she corrected. I was there by month 2, remember? How could I forget? You organized my chaotic filing system and informed me I'd been calculating tax withholdings incorrectly. Someone had to. She gathered her tablet. Don't stay too late. The anniversary party is important. 5 years is a milestone worth acknowledging. After she left, Frank turned to the wall of screens displaying active security implementations around the world. Each represented countless hours of work, innovations born from sleepless nights and collaborative problem solving. The company had succeeded beyond even Vanessa's ambitious projections. The personal cost was harder to quantify. Separate travel schedules, late nights, and division of responsibilities meant he and Vanessa operated more as business partners than spouses some weeks. She handled client relationships and business development with natural grace, while he focused on innovation and implementation. His phone buzzed with a message from her. Japanese clients impressed. Possible expansion deal. Late night, don't wait up. V. Frank typed back. Well done. Working late too. See you tomorrow. He turned back to the schematics for their newest government contract. The international expansion would require even more time away from home, but the opportunity was too significant to pass up. Vanessa would understand. She always did. Their shared ambition had built this company. A few more years of sacrifice would secure its future. What Frank didn't see was Doug escorting Vanessa and the Japanese clients to a private dining room across town, his hand lingering slightly too long on her back as they entered. He didn't notice the late-night texts that Vanessa carefully deleted or the gradual shift in how she spoke about his half-brother. Instead, Frank focused on preparing his announcement for Friday's anniversary celebration. Ambitious international expansion plans that would take Sentinel Solutions global and demand even more of his already limited time. Chapter 2. Shadows Growing. Frank stared at the financial report on his tablet, scrolling through the numbers for the 3rd time. Something didn't add up. After 5 years of meticulous record-keeping, he knew Sentinel's financial patterns intimately, and these irregularities, while subtle, stood out to his trained eye like footprints in fresh snow. The executive suite was quiet at 11 p.m. Most employees had left hours ago, but nighttime was when Frank did his best analysis work, a habit from his military days when decisions made in darkness often proved most consequential. He highlighted a series of transactions, consulting fees to a company he'd never heard of, discretionary expenditures that hadn't gone through the normal approval process, and travel expenses that aligned with neither his nor Vanessa's schedules. The knock on his door was soft but distinctive. Eliza Chun never went home before he did. Come in, he called, not looking up. Eliza entered, her usual immaculate appearance showing signs of a long day. Slight creases in her blouse, hair tucked behind her ears rather than in its usual perfect bun. Still digging through the quarterlies? She asked, placing a fresh cup of coffee on his desk. Something's off. Frank turned the tablet toward her. These transfers to Meridian Consulting. 3 payments of $22,000 each over the past 2 months. What are they for? Eliza's expression remained carefully neutral, but Frank caught the momentary tightening around her eyes. Vanessa authorized them, she said after a brief pause. Market analysis for the East Asian expansion. I raised the same question when they first appeared, and she assured me they were necessary preparatory expenses. Eliza shifted slightly. They had her authorization codes, so I processed them. Frank leaned back in his chair, studying her. But you're still concerned. It's not my place. Eliza. His voice was quiet but firm. This company exists because people speak up when things don't look right. What's bothering you? She sighed, setting her own tablet down and taking the seat across from him. The timing of the transfers corresponds with Doug's trips to Singapore and Hong Kong, not Vanessa's. And when I requested documentation for the consulting deliverables, I was told they were preliminary and confidential. Frank absorbed this information without visible reaction. Anything else unusual you've noticed recently? The hesitation was brief, but telling. Personal expenditures from your joint accounts have increased by approximately 60% over the past 4 months. Primarily high-end restaurants, hotel charges, and jewelry purchases, none of which align with your credit card usage. I see. Frank set down his tablet. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Frank. Eliza rarely used his first name in the office. I hope I'm overstepping, but as someone who's been here from the beginning, she paused, choosing her words carefully. The company needs stability right now. Whatever's happening with these expenses, perhaps a direct conversation with Vanessa would be the most efficient approach. You're right. He managed a reassuring smile. Probably just preparation for the expansion that wasn't properly documented. I'll speak with her tomorrow. After Eliza left, Frank remained motionless, processing. The financial controller wouldn't have raised these concerns without substantial reason. In their 5 years working together, she had never once brought him information that proved unfounded. He pulled up the company's security system on his tablet, accessing the user logs for the past 3 months. Doug's access codes had been used to enter restricted areas, including R&D labs and patent documentation storage, during hours when he had no scheduled business there. More concerning, Vanessa had authorized elevated clearance for Doug's credentials without the standard notification to Frank as head of security protocols. The drive home gave Frank time to consider his approach. Their penthouse apartment overlooked the city park, a luxurious space that often felt more like a hotel than a home, given how little time they spent there together. Tonight, lights glowed warmly from the windows as he pulled into the private garage. Vanessa was curled on the sofa with a glass of wine and financial projections spread across the coffee table, her dark hair piled loosely atop her head. She looked up as he entered, offering a tired smile. "You're home earlier than expected," she said, making room beside her. "I thought the Singapore contract review would keep you until midnight at least." Wrapped up sooner than anticipated. He bent to kiss her cheek, catching an unfamiliar scent, not her usual perfume. "How was your day?" "Productive." She gathered the papers into a neat stack. "The Tokyo team is officially on board with the expansion. Full funding commitment." "That's excellent news." Frank poured himself a scotch from the bar cart. "I was reviewing some financial reports tonight. Found some consulting expenses I wasn't familiar with." "Meridian." The pause before her response was microscopically brief. "Market entry analysis specialists. Doug recommended them. They've done extensive work in the regions we're targeting. Substantial fees." Frank kept his tone conversational as he sat beside her. "I'm surprised Doug didn't mention them in yesterday's operations meeting. I asked him to keep it quiet until we had their full analysis." Vanessa sipped her wine. "Some of their findings might impact our negotiating position with the Singapore investors." The explanation was perfectly reasonable, the delivery flawless. 6 years ago, Frank might have accepted it without question. But military training had taught him to recognize inconsistencies in field reports, and Vanessa's explanation contained several. Her slight shift away from him, the unnecessary detail about Doug's recommendation, the appeal to confidentiality without specifics. "Makes sense," he said, deciding to probe further. "I'd like to review their preliminary findings, though, since I'll be leading the technical presentations next month." "Of course." Her smile remained fixed. "I'll have Doug send them over tomorrow, though they're quite technical on the market side. Probably more useful for the business development team than your end." Frank nodded, letting the subject drop. Later, while Vanessa slept, he stood at the bedroom window, gazing at the city lights below. The woman who had captivated him at the charity gala 5 years ago, brilliant, driven, forthright, had just lied to his face with practiced ease. The question was why. "This is outside standard protocol, sir." Carlos Rodriguez, Sentinel's head of physical security, maintained a neutral expression despite his evident discomfort. A former Marine with 14 years of service, he had joined the company 3 years ago on Frank's personal recommendation. "I'm aware." Frank finished signing the authorization. "This is for internal product testing only. The new motion and thermal sensors need real-world environment calibration." They stood in the secure room adjacent to Frank's office, surrounded by monitoring equipment and the quiet hum of servers. On the screens before them, blueprint overlays of Frank's penthouse apartment showed proposed camera and sensor placements, covering every room except the bathrooms. "And Mrs. Donovan has been informed?" Carlos asked carefully. She'll be brief this afternoon. The lie came easily. The installation needs to happen while she's at the Hayes Foundation lunch. 2-hour window maximum. Carlos accepted the authorization, his expression betraying nothing. Will you require the monitoring protocols activated immediately? Or is this just physical installation today? Full activation. Frank met his gaze directly. I need complete data capture for the calibration tests. Understood, sir. Carlos hesitated. And access permissions for the feeds? Restricted to my personal authorization only. No cloud backup, no server integration. Frank handed him a separate tablet. This device-only isolated system. What remained unspoken was clear to both men. This was not standard product testing. Carlos, with his military background, recognized a surveillance operation when he saw one. His only acknowledgement was a slight nod before he left to assemble his team. By evening, 27 cameras and 16 motion sensors had been discreetly installed throughout the penthouse, each disguised as part of the existing security system. The dedicated tablet sat locked in Frank's office safe, requiring both biometric confirmation and a 10-digit code to access. 3 days passed before the surveillance confirmed what Frank had already suspected. The footage from his home office showed Vanessa entering at 2:17 a.m. while he was away in Washington, using his computer for 23 minutes and photographing documents from his locked drawer with her phone. The next evening, Doug arrived at the penthouse at 7:40 p.m., 40 minutes after Frank had departed for a client dinner. The footage was clinical, devoid of audio by deliberate choice. Frank couldn't bring himself to install microphones. But the visual evidence was unambiguous. His wife and brother moved through his home with the intimate familiarity of frequent visitors to each other's personal space. A touch that lingered, an embrace that crossed professional boundaries, a kiss in the kitchen that left no room for misinterpretation. Frank watched the footage once, his expression unchanging, then encrypted it on the secure tablet. The betrayal, while now confirmed, felt strangely distant, as if he were analyzing intelligence about strangers rather than the two people closest to him. That night, he began systematically backing up every company file, creating redundant copies on servers that only he could access. Patents still pending were reviewed with the company's lead attorney, quietly assigned to Frank personally rather than Sentinel as an entity. Financial records were archived, client relationships documented with particular attention to who had established and maintained each connection. The man who had meticulously planned military operations now applied that same precision to protecting himself against the betrayal unfolding in his own company, his own home. You're unusually quiet tonight. Gerald Blackwood's observation came after their second round of drinks at the members-only club where they met monthly. The attorney had served as legal counsel for Sentinel from its earliest days, but his connection to Frank predated the company. They had served together before Gerald left the military for law school. Just processing some developments. Frank rotated his glass slowly. Tell me something, Gerald. In your experience, how often do business partnerships survive personal betrayals? The attorney's eyebrows raised slightly, but he didn't immediately press for details. Depends on the nature of the betrayal and the structure of the partnership. He studied Frank carefully. Are we speaking hypothetically? For now, Gerald nodded, respecting the boundary. Then hypothetically, I'd say the legal protections matter far less than most people think. What ultimately determines survival is whether the betrayed party had contingency plans in place before the betrayal occurred. He took a measured sip of his bourbon. The best legal defense is anticipatory, not reactive. And if the hypothetical business is intrinsically tied to the personal relationship, then separation becomes exponentially more complex. Gerald set his glass down. Frank, do you need to tell me something in my official capacity as Sentinel's attorney? Not yet. Frank's gaze was steady. But I may need to retain you personally, separate from the company, in the near future. I see. Gerald reached into his jacket, producing a business card that he slid across the table. My private line. Any time, day or night. Frank pocketed the card. One more hypothetical. If someone used company resources to develop technology, but the patents were registered in their name alone. The company could claim rights based on resources used, Gerald finished, unless there was prior agreement specifying otherwise, or unless the company's operating agreement had specific intellectual property clauses favoring the individual. And if that individual was a founder with majority technical control, then they'd have a stronger position, particularly if they could demonstrate the conceptual work preceded the company's involvement. Gerald leaned forward. Frank, whatever's happening, don't make moves based on emotion. Document everything. Secure your position first, then act. Emotion has never been my weakness, Frank replied with a grim smile. Planning, on the other hand, has always been my strength. The annual Sentinel Solutions Charity Gala transformed the company's headquarters into a showcase of understated luxury. Security features disguised as design elements, technology demonstrations seamlessly integrated into the evening's entertainment. 500 guests from client companies, government agencies, and potential investors mingled among displays of Sentinel's latest innovations. Frank moved through the crowd with practiced ease, directing conversations toward business while deflecting personal questions. His charcoal suit was impeccably tailored, his manner confident and focused. No one observing him would suspect the turmoil beneath the composed exterior. Across the room, Vanessa commanded her own audience, investors captivated by her articulate description of Sentinel's expansion plans. She wore dark blue, the color she had worn when they first met, her hair swept up to reveal the diamond earrings he had given her on their 3rd anniversary. Between them moved Doug, less polished, but making up for it with natural charm. He led a group of potential clients toward a demonstration area, his animated gestures suggesting excitement about the technology he was almost certainly overselling. Frank observed them both, noting the subtle signals invisible to anyone who hadn't studied them as carefully as he had. How Vanessa's eyes tracked Doug's movements across the room. How Doug positioned himself to maintain line of sight with her despite his conversations with others. The frequency of their brief encounters that appeared casual but followed a pattern Frank had documented over weeks of surveillance. Quite the success story you've built, remarked a silver-haired man at Frank's elbow. Secretary Davidson from the Department of Defense, a critical supporter of Sentinel's government contracts. Your expanded security protocol has been implemented across 3 agencies now. We're grateful for the opportunity to serve, Frank replied, shifting his attention to the conversation. The adaptations for the Singapore expansion should provide even more robust protection for international operations. So I've heard. Davidson nodded toward Vanessa. Your wife was quite persuasive at the Appropriations Committee last month. Between her business acumen and your technical innovation, Sentinel has become the gold standard remarkably quickly. Teamwork has always been our strength. Frank's smile revealed nothing. Speaking of which, I should check on the demonstration in the East Wing. Would you care to join me? We're showcasing the neural network integration you expressed interest in. As they walked, Frank caught sight of Doug slipping away from his group, moving toward the executive elevator that would take him to the private offices upstairs. 3 minutes later, Vanessa excused herself from her conversation and took the same path. Frank continued his discussion with Secretary Davidson, not missing a beat as he mentally calculated timing. The cameras he had installed in his office would document whatever meeting was occurring upstairs. More evidence for the file he was building, another piece in the puzzle of betrayal he was assembling. The evening progressed according to schedule. Presentations were made, connections established, future contracts discussed. At precisely 9:30, Frank took the stage for his planned announcement. Good evening, everyone. His voice carried through the room without need for amplification, a skill honed during military briefings. 5 years ago, Sentinel Solutions began with a simple premise, that true security lies in the seamless integration of human insight and technological innovation. Today, I'm proud to announce the next phase of that vision. The screens behind him illuminated with maps highlighting Sentinel's planned global expansion. Offices in Singapore, Tokyo, London, and Dubai, each representing millions in investment and years of market development. This expansion represents not just growth, but evolution, he continued. Each new location will serve as both an operational hub and an innovation center, allowing us to develop customized solutions for regional security challenges. From the front row, Vanessa watched with a smile that conveyed appropriate pride mixed with calculated ambition. Beside her, Doug applauded with everyone else, his expression harder to read. This initiative will require unprecedented commitment from our leadership team, Frank said, looking directly at Vanessa. Extended overseas deployments, cultural immersion, and dedicated focus on building these new markets from the ground up. I'll be personally overseeing the Singapore operation for the first critical quarter, with subsequent rotations through each regional headquarters. He saw the flicker of surprise cross Vanessa's face, quickly masked. This element of the announcement, his extended absence, was new information to her. In their planning sessions, they had discussed sending regional managers to establish the offices, not relocating themselves for months at a time. Success will demand sacrifice, Frank included, raising his glass. But the future security landscape will be shaped by those willing to make that investment today. To Sentinel Solutions and the next 5 years of innovation. The applause was enthusiastic, the crowd energized by the ambitious vision. As Frank stepped down from the stage, he was immediately surrounded by well-wishers and potential partners eager to discuss collaboration opportunities. It was nearly an hour before Vanessa managed to reach his side, her smile fixed but her eyes questioning. "That was quite an announcement," she said, voice low enough for only him to hear. "Particularly the part about you relocating to Singapore for 3 months. When did that decision materialize?" "Last week," he replied smoothly, after reviewing the operational requirements with the implementation team. "The technical integration will need my direct oversight." "I see." Her grip on her champagne flute tightened slightly. "We should discuss the logistics. That's a significant change to our planning." "Of course." Frank nodded to another approaching guest. "Later tonight, perhaps. The details are still flexible." The lie slid easily from his lips. Nothing about his plans was flexible. 3 months in Singapore would give Vanessa and Doug exactly what they wanted. Freedom to operate without his vigilance, space to make whatever moves they had been planning. It would also give Frank the perfect cover for his own countermeasures. As the evening wound down, Frank noticed Doug engaged in what appeared to be an intense conversation with one of the company's newer investors. The exchange ended with handshakes and Doug's characteristic backslapping camaraderie. But something in his half-brother's expression caught Frank's attention, a calculated satisfaction that triggered warning signals honed by years of assessing threats. Frank made his way to the investor, Lawrence Bennett, who was now alone by the bar. "Enjoying the evening, Mr. Bennett?" Frank asked, signaling the bartender for a refill of the man's drink. "Tremendously. Your brother was just sharing some fascinating insights about the company's future direction." Bennett accepted the fresh drink with a nod of thanks. Quite the charismatic fellow. Doug has always had a gift for building relationships. Frank kept his tone neutral, though I'm curious what insights he shared that I might have missed in my own presentation. Bennett laughed. "Nothing contradictory, I assure you. Just some interesting perspectives on potential leadership transitions as the company expands. Natural evolution for growing enterprises, he called it. Said there might be opportunities for early investors to increase their involvement during the restructuring." Restructuring. Frank repeated the word without inflection. An interesting choice of terminology. Is not mine. Bennett seemed to sense something in Frank's manner that made him slightly uncomfortable. "I assumed it was part of the expansion plans you announced." "Of course," Frank said with a reassuring smile. "Evolution requires adaptation. Thank you for your continued support, Mr. Bennett. If you'll excuse me, I need to check on our other guests." As Frank moved away, his mind cataloged this new piece of intelligence. Doug wasn't just having an affair with Vanessa. They were actively positioning for some form of corporate restructuring, likely during his planned absence in Singapore. The pattern was becoming clearer, the timeline accelerating. Later that night, Frank retreated to his office while the cleaning crew dismantled the remnants of the gala. He accessed the secure tablet, reviewing the footage from earlier in the evening. As expected, it showed Vanessa and Doug in his office, but their interaction held an urgency that previous encounters had lacked. They were arguing, Doug gesturing emphatically while Vanessa repeatedly shook her head. At one point, Doug pulled out his phone, showing her something on the screen that caused her expression to shift from resistance to reluctant agreement. They left separately, composed masks back in place before rejoining the party. Frank encrypted the footage, adding it to his growing file. Whatever they were planning, the announcement of his extended overseas assignment had clearly accelerated their timeline, which was precisely what he had intended. His phone buzzed with a text from Vanessa, heading home. Car service. See you there to discuss Singapore plans? He replied, still wrapping up here. Don't wait up. Early meeting tomorrow. The live bottom time. There would be no early meeting, but there would be a critical conversation with Gerald Blackwood. The contingency plans Frank had been developing needed legal refinement before he proceeded to the next phase. As midnight approached, Frank stood at his office window, overlooking the city. The man reflected in the glass appeared unchanged, steady, controlled, focused. Only someone who knew him extremely well might notice the subtle hardening around his eyes, the slightly more pronounced tension in his jaw. The betrayal was no longer a suspicion, but a documented fact. Vanessa and Doug were planning something that would likely attempt to separate him from the company he had built, the innovations he had created, the life he had constructed with meticulous care. What they didn't realize, what they couldn't possibly understand, was that Frank Donovan had survived far worse threats than corporate manipulation. In combat zones across the world, he had learned that the most dangerous opponent wasn't the one who shouted threats, but the one who waited silently, gathered intelligence, and struck only when victory was assured. Frank turned from the window and began carefully gathering the documents he would need for his meeting with Gerald. The chess pieces were in motion now. Vanessa and Doug thought they were making the decisive moves, but they had fundamentally misunderstood the game they were playing. They thought it was about money, about control of Sentinel Solutions. They were wrong. For Frank, it had become something much simpler and far more dangerous, a matter of justice. Chapter 3. The Betrayal. We need to discuss contingencies. Gerald Blackwood's voice was measured, his legal pad filled with neat notations as he sat across from Frank in the secure conference room of his law firm. The space had been swept for electronic devices that morning, a precaution that would have seemed paranoid 3 months ago. Frank nodded, sliding a flash drive across the polished table. Everything's here: financial records, surveillance footage, communications logs, and patent documentation. The timeline begins approximately 4 months ago, though I suspect the planning stages started earlier. Gerald pocketed the drive without examining it. And you're certain about proceeding? There are less confrontational options we could pursue. I'm certain. Frank's voice revealed nothing of the cold calculation behind his decision. They made their choice. Now they deal with the consequences. Very well. Gerald consulted his notes. The shell companies have been established in Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, and the Cayman Islands. Untraceable to you through conventional means. Your personal assets have been transferred as instructed, with the exception of the joint accounts, which remain under surveillance. And the patents? Secure. The 7 core technologies remain registered solely in your name, despite company resources being used in their development. The licensing agreement gives you exclusive control over their implementation. Frank checked his watch, a habit from operations where timing dictated success or failure. The European trip is scheduled to begin next Thursday. 3 weeks, covering meetings with potential partners in London, Berlin, Geneva, and Madrid. Will you actually be attending those meetings? Gerald's question was professional, not judgmental. No. Frank's response was equally direct. But as far as Sentinel's records show, I'll be fully engaged with our European expansion. Video conferencing has been arranged through secure channels that can be manipulated to show appropriate backgrounds. Digital evidence of my presence will be comprehensive. Gerald made another notation. And your actual location? Need to know basis only. Frank held his friend's gaze. For your legal protection as much as my operational security. Understood. Gerald closed his notebook. One last question, Frank. Have you considered the personal cost of this course of action? beyond the financial and professional implications. For the first time, something flickered across Frank's face. Not doubt, but perhaps recognition of what he was sacrificing by proceeding. The personal cost was calculated the moment I confirmed their betrayal, he said finally. Whatever Vanessa and I had died when she decided to conspire with my brother. All that remains is ensuring they don't profit from their actions. Gerald nodded, recognizing in Frank's compartmentalization. Then we proceed as planned. Your absence will be their opportunity, and their undoing. 3 weeks is a significant time to be unreachable, Eliza Chin remarked as she reviewed the European itinerary in Frank's office, especially with the Singapore preparations in critical phase. Not unreachable, Frank corrected, just operating on a different schedule. The video conferences are arranged to accommodate time differences. You'll have full authorization to make operational decisions within established parameters. Eliza studied him with the careful attention that made her an exceptional financial controller. In Doug's expanded role during your absence, he mentioned taking point on the Singapore property acquisition. A test, Frank said, meeting her gaze directly. One I suspect he'll fail. But sometimes people need to demonstrate their limitations before accepting them. I see. Eliza's expression revealed her understanding went deeper than his words. And if certain irregularities continue in your absence, document everything. Frank handed her a secure phone, different from the company-issued devices. This connects directly to me, regardless of what my official availability might indicate. Use it only if absolutely necessary. Eliza accepted the phone, her questioning look meeting Frank's steady gaze. Contingency planning, he explained simply. A habit from my military days. Of course. She tucked the phone into her inner jacket pocket. Will there be anything else before your departure? Actually, yes. Frank pulled up a document on his tablet. I'm transferring additional system access codes to your credentials. Effective immediately, you have clearance for all financial records, including those previously restricted to executive level. Surprise registered briefly on her face. That's unusual protocol. These are unusual times. Frank authorized the transfer with his biometric signature. Consider it professional insurance. For both of us. After Eliza left, Frank activated the secure tablet that had become his most crucial tool. The surveillance system now extended beyond his home to include his office, the executive conference room, and, most recently, Doug's apartment. The legal implications of the latter surveillance gave even Gerald pause, but Frank's military contacts had provided equipment that left no digital footprint. The footage from the previous night showed Doug and Vanessa in Doug's living room, glasses of whiskey in hand as they reviewed documents spread across the coffee table. Frank activated the enhancement algorithm he developed, zooming in on the papers. Corporate structure diagrams, financial projections, and what appeared to be transfer of ownership documents. The evidence was mounting piece by piece. But Frank needed more than supposition. He needed them to reveal their full plan, preferably in their own words. His extended European trip would provide exactly that opportunity. Dr. James Wilson looked uncomfortable seated in Frank's home office, his lanky frame too large for the visitor's chair, his fingers constantly adjusting his glasses. A nervous habit the R&D director displayed whenever conversations moved from technical specifications to personal matters. I appreciate your discretion in meeting here rather than at headquarters, Frank said, pouring coffee for them both. What we're discussing shouldn't appear in company records. Of course. James accepted the cup, the slight tremor in his hand betraying his anxiety. Though I'm not entirely clear on what this is exactly. Insurance. Frank activated a privacy shield, another Signal innovation that created an electromagnetic bubble preventing electronic eavesdropping. During my upcoming absence, you may receive instructions regarding our proprietary technology that seem unusual. I need to know how you respond. James blinked rapidly. Instructions from whom? Potentially for Vanessa or Doug. Frank's direct gaze made the scientist even more uncomfortable, possibly involving transfer of research data or prototype access. I don't understand. James set his coffee down untouched. Why would Mrs. Donovan request such things outside normal channels? That's what I need to determine. Frank leaned forward. Your loyalty to Sentinel has always been clear, James. But I need to know where that loyalty is anchored to the company as an entity, to its leadership as individuals, or to the innovations we're creating. The scientist considered this question with the same careful attention he gave to complex algorithms. My primary commitment has always been to the integrity of the technology we're developing, he said finally. The potential applications for good outweigh any individual or corporate considerations. Frank nodded. It was the answer he had expected from the principled, if socially awkward scientist. Then I need you to do something that may seem strange. Frank pulled a small device from his desk drawer, a modified storage drive with a blinking red indicator light. If anyone requests access to the quantum encryption prototype or its underlying code, I want you to provide this drive instead of the actual data. James took the device cautiously. This contains decoy information of a sort. Frank didn't elaborate further. It will protect both the technology and you. Plausible deniability with a digital trail I can monitor. Are we in some kind of danger, Frank? The scientist's academic detachment briefly gave way to genuine concern. Is Sentinel under threat? Not externally. Frank's expression hardened momentarily. But internal threats can be more damaging than external ones. They exploit trust, access, and knowledge of vulnerabilities. James nodded slowly, tucking the device into his jacket pocket. Like an autoimmune disease attacking its own organism. An apt analogy. Frank stood, signaling the end of their meeting. Remember, normal operations continue regardless of what you might observe. Report only through the secure channel I've provided. After James left, Frank activated the home security system, cycling through camera feeds that showed nothing unusual. The penthouse was empty except for himself, Vanessa having departed earlier for a strategy dinner with potential investors. The notification on his phone confirmed her location at an upscale restaurant downtown, though the reservation he'd quietly checked was for 3 people, not the larger group a true investor meeting would require. Frank moved to his hidden safe, installed behind a seemingly solid wall panel, accessible only through a combination of biometric scanning and physical keys. Inside lay the culmination of months of preparation. Duplicate passports under legally established aliases, cryptocurrency access codes stored on hardened drives, and documentation for the shell companies Gerald had established. Most crucially, the safe contained an unmarked tablet with dedicated satellite uplink capabilities, a piece of military-grade technology Frank had acquired through former colleagues now working in private security. This device would allow him to monitor Sentinel systems from anywhere in the world, regardless of conventional network access. He added a final item to the safe's contents, a sealed envelope containing a handwritten letter addressed to Vanessa, to be delivered only if circumstances require the nuclear option. The contents of that letter represented Frank's final contingency, one he hoped would never be necessary. As he secured the safe, his phone buzzed with a text from Carlos Rodriguez, head of security, package delivery confirmed. All systems operational. The message confirmed that the body double, a security operative with similar build and features to Frank, had successfully checked into the London hotel where Frank was supposedly beginning his European trip. Video footage would show this double entering and exiting the hotel, attending preliminary meetings with potential partners, and establishing Frank's presence in Europe beyond any reasonable doubt. Meanwhile, the real Frank Donovan would execute the most critical phase of his operation from a location much closer to home. Everything's set for your departure tomorrow, Vanessa said over dinner in their penthouse that evening. She wore the understated elegance that had first attracted Frank's attention at the charity gala years ago, a simple black dress, minimal jewelry, hair loosely framing her face. The London team confirmed your morning meeting, and the Berlin office has arranged the facility tour for Tuesday. Frank nodded, taking a measured sip of wine. The timing is tight, but necessary if we want the European expansion operational by next quarter. 3 weeks is a long time to be away, Vanessa remarked, her tone casual. Especially with the Singapore preparations in critical phase. Unavoidable. Frank cut a piece of steak. But you and Doug have demonstrated you can handle operations effectively in my absence. Something flickered across Vanessa's face. Satisfaction, perhaps, or anticipation, quickly masked by professional concern. Still, I wish we could split the European meetings between us. You in London and Berlin, me handling Geneva and Madrid. The consistency of presentation matters. Frank's response was smooth, practiced. These partners need to see the same vision, hear the same technical details from the same source. Besides, you're more valuable here, maintaining our domestic relationships while Doug handles the administrative side. If you're sure. Vanessa reached across the table, her fingers brushing his in a gesture that once would have felt intimate but now seemed calculated. I just worry about you taking on too much. The expansion, the travel, the constant innovation pressure. Even you have limits, Frank. Concern noted. He turned his hand to briefly grasp hers, a performance of connection for an audience of one. But this is what we built Sentinel for: global impact, revolutionary security integration. The foundation is solid enough to support temporary stress. Later, as Vanessa prepared for bed, Frank made a show of finalizing his packing in the adjacent room, meticulously arranging items in a suitcase while actually gathering the final elements needed for his counteroperation. The genuine luggage would leave with him in the morning, maintained by the body double to preserve appearances, while Frank's essential equipment had already been transferred to his secure location. Don't forget your medication, Vanessa called from the bathroom, referring to the mild sleep aid Frank occasionally used during international travel. The London time change always hits you hardest. Already packed, he responded, noting the unusual reminder. Vanessa rarely concerned herself with such details of his travel routine. His suspicion was confirmed minutes later when he checked the bottle in his toiletry bag. The pills had been replaced with identical-looking substitutes. A quick field test using equipment from his military days revealed a sedative 3 times stronger than his prescribed medication, enough to ensure he would be incapacitated during the critical first days of his supposed European trip. Frank documented this evidence, resealed the bottle, and returned it to his bag. Whatever Vanessa and Doug were planning would clearly commence the moment they believed him to be overseas and potentially compromised. The pieces were falling into place exactly as he had anticipated. When Vanessa emerged from the bathroom, Frank was sitting on the edge of the bed reviewing his itinerary on his tablet, the perfect picture of a focused executive preparing for international business. Last-minute details? She asked, sliding under the covers on her side of the bed. Confirming the secure line setup for our video conferences, he replied. The time differences will make real-time communication challenging, but I've arranged daily windows for urgent matters. Always the meticulous planner. Her smile seemed genuine, her voice warm with what sounded like affection. It's what made Sentinel successful. Among other factors, Frank set the tablet aside and turned off his bedside lamp. Your business instincts, our complementary skills. The right partnerships make all the difference. In the darkness, he sensed rather than saw her slight tensing at his choice of words. The irony hung between them. A conversation about partnership on the eve of mutual betrayal. Each planning moves the other couldn't yet see. Frank lay awake long after Vanessa's breathing settled into the rhythm of sleep. Tomorrow would set in motion the final phase of his counteroperation. Years of military discipline had taught him the value of patience, of allowing opponents to believe they held the advantage until the moment of decisive action. Vanessa and Doug believed they were executing a carefully orchestrated plan to seize control of Sentinel during his absence. What they didn't realize was that Frank had designed this apparent vulnerability specifically to expose their full intentions and to position himself for the devastating response they would never see coming. Morning brought a flurry of practiced normality. Vanessa preparing coffee while Frank made final adjustments to his luggage. Conversation limited to logistics and schedules. The car service is confirmed for 8:30, Vanessa said, handing him a travel mug. Should get you to the airport with plenty of time before the noon flight. Perfect. Frank accepted the coffee careful not to actually drink from it given the previous night's discovery. I've authorized emergency protocols if needed. Eliza has the access codes, and James knows which technical decisions can proceed without my direct approval. We'll manage. Vanessa straightened his tie in a gesture that mimicked intimacy. Focus on securing the European partnerships. Everything else is under control here. The double meaning in her words wasn't lost on Frank. I'm sure it is, he replied, allowing himself the smallest smile. 3 weeks will pass before we know it. The goodbye at the door was performative on both sides. A kiss that meant nothing, reassurances neither believed, the hollow shell of what had once been a genuine partnership. Frank took the elevator down to the waiting car, his driver Carlos maintaining professional silence as they pulled away from the building. 3 blocks later, they executed the first phase of the day's operation, a seamless vehicle switch in the underground parking garage of a Sentinel subsidiary office, where Frank transferred to an unmarked sedan with tinted windows while his luggage continued to the airport with Carlos. By 9:45, Frank was established in his true operational base, a luxury apartment in a building owned by one of his shell companies, located less than a mile from Sentinel headquarters with direct line of sight to the executive offices. The space had been prepared over the previous 2 months, equipped with advanced surveillance technology, secure communications, and multiple exit routes. At precisely 10:15, his body double-boarded the London-bound flight, documented by airport security cameras and passenger manifests. Meanwhile, Frank activated the complete surveillance package that would allow him to monitor everything happening at both Sentinel headquarters and his penthouse. The first significant development occurred at 11:42 a.m. Vanessa placed a call from her private office line to Doug, lasting 3 minutes and 17 seconds. The encrypted surveillance system captured her side of the conversation. He's gone. Confirmed boarding. Proceed as discussed. A pause then. Yes, today. We can't risk waiting. The password should work until he makes his first check-in from London. By noon, Frank had established his secure observation post, multiple monitors displaying feed from strategic locations throughout Sentinel's headquarters. He watched as Doug entered Vanessa's office without knocking, their embrace lasting longer than any professional interaction would warrant. Is everything ready? Vanessa asked, visible tension in her posture despite the confidence in her voice. The documents are prepared, Doug replied, placing a leather portfolio on her desk. Lawrence Bennett has the investor group standing by. Once we execute the emergency succession protocol, they'll move immediately to secure the additional funding. And the board members? 3 have already confirmed their support. Marshall is wavering, but will fall in line once presented with the evidence of Frank's instability. Doug's smile held nothing of brotherly affection. The medical documentation is quite convincing. PTSD exacerbated by work stress, increasing paranoia, potential substance dependency to manage international travel demands, all sadly requiring immediate medical leave and transfer of operational control. Vanessa opened the portfolio, reviewing its contents with clinical detachment. And the patents? That's the critical piece. That's where your part comes in. Doug moved behind her, hands on her shoulders in a gesture of possession. The transfer documentation needs his digital signature. With the access codes you obtained, we can initiate the process from his authentication profile before he's alert enough in London to notice. Frank watched this exchange with the detached analysis of a military strategist rather than a betrayed husband. The confirmation of their plan, using falsified medical evidence to force him out while stealing his patents through digital fraud, was exactly what he needed to justify his response. Throughout the day, he documented every move they made. Doug accessing restricted servers using Frank's credentials. Vanessa meeting privately with 2 board members, showing them documents from a folder marked confidential, medical. The systematic attempt to transfer patent ownership from Frank's personal registration to Sentinel's corporate control, which triggered silent alerts on Frank's secure systems. At 4:17 p.m., Vanessa made another call, this time to Gerald Blackwood's office. Frank's surveillance captured only her side again. Yes, it's urgent. We need to discuss Frank's succession planning immediately. Medical concerns have accelerated our timeline. A pause. No, he's currently en route to London. That's precisely why this can't wait. What Vanessa didn't know was that Gerald was simultaneously on a secure line with Frank, reporting this contact in real time. The attempted manipulation of Frank's own attorney, selected as another point of vulnerability they could exploit during his absence, was the final piece of evidence Frank needed. As evening approached, Vanessa left the office early, meeting Doug not at Sentinel headquarters but at an upscale hotel downtown. Frank's network of surveillance confirmed they had booked a suite for the night, the celebration of their apparent victory beginning even before they had secured it. Meanwhile, Frank executed the next phase of his counteroperation. Using the secure satellite link, he accessed Sentinel's systems through hidden backdoors he had created months earlier. Every attempt Vanessa and Doug had made to transfer patents, change access credentials, or alter corporate structure was systematically documented, then quietly reversed, leaving no trace of the corrections. More critically, Frank initiated his own set of protocol changes, security access revocations, financial transfer limitations, and system monitoring alerts that would be triggered by specific actions he anticipated they would take next. At 9:30 p.m., right on schedule, his body double in London made a brief appearance at the hotel bar, visible on security cameras and documented by the assistant Frank had arranged to accompany him. This digital footprint established Frank's presence in Europe beyond question, creating the alibi necessary for what would follow. Just after midnight, Frank received the call he had been waiting for. Eliza Chun, her voice tense but controlled. "They're moving faster than expected," she reported. "Doug attempted to access the quantum encryption prototype tonight. Dr. Wilson implemented the contingency as instructed. And the financial transfers? 4 attempts so far, all flagged and quietly reversed through the secondary protocol. They don't realize the transactions aren't completing." She paused. "Vanessa has called an emergency board meeting for tomorrow morning. The agenda lists executive health concerns as the primary topic." "Perfect." Frank's response was calm, almost satisfied. "Proceed as planned. Document everything. Intervene only if absolutely necessary to protect company assets." After ending the call, Frank reviewed the day's surveillance footage one final time, particularly focusing on an exchange between Vanessa and Doug in her office that afternoon. "Once the board approves the medical leave, how quickly can we lock him out completely?" Doug had asked, perched on the edge of Vanessa's desk with casual ownership of the space. "The security protocols will be updated immediately," Vanessa replied, her expression coldly efficient. "Access credentials, financial authorizations, communication channels, all transferred within hours. And if he fights it, tries to return early from Europe, he won't be in any condition to fight anything." Vanessa's smile held no warmth. "The medication I added to his travel pills ensures he'll barely be functional for the first critical days. By the time he recovers enough to understand what's happening, it will be too late. The documentation will show he himself authorized the transfers while in London." Doug laughed, raising an imaginary glass and toast. "To Frank Donovan, who gave me everything twice. First our father's attention, now his company and his wife." The naked malice in Doug's expression, the calculated betrayal in Vanessa's eyes. These were the images Frank saved to a secure drive, final confirmation that his response was not merely justified but necessary. He activated his secure phone, sending a single text message to Gerald Blackwood. "Checkmate confirmed. Execute Protocol Phoenix at 0900 tomorrow." The reply came immediately. "Understood. All assets in position." Frank closed the surveillance monitors and moved to the apartment's window, looking out at the city lights. Tomorrow, while Vanessa and Doug were attempting to convince Sentinel's board of his mental instability, a very different scenario would unfold. One engineered with the same tactical Frank had applied throughout his military career. The betrayal they had planned so meticulously was about to collide with the counter-betrayal he had orchestrated even more carefully. They believed themselves to be playing chess against an absent opponent. What they would discover instead was that the board had been reconfigured while they focused on pieces that no longer mattered. Frank turned from the window, checking one last time that all systems were in place for morning. The final moves would unfold quickly, decisive, and irreversible. Vanessa's call to him would come soon after the board meeting. The call she believed would inform him of his removal from the company he had built. She would expect shock, anger, perhaps desperate pleading. What she would receive instead was the calm acknowledgement of a man who had anticipated her every move, who had been watching from the shadows as she exposed herself completely. Chess, not checkers, Frank murmured to the empty room, the soldier's patience settling over him as he prepared for the decisive engagement. Morning would bring Vanessa's moment of apparent triumph. And then, Frank would dismantle everything she and Doug believed they had won. Chapter 4. Count to moves. The red envelope sat in the center of Frank's desk like a splash of blood against the pristine white surface. Doug stared at it, champagne flute frozen halfway to his lips, his momentary triumph evaporating into the air between one heartbeat and the next. "What is that?" Vanessa asked, her voice tight with sudden apprehension. Doug set down his glass and approached the desk, picking up the envelope with uncharacteristic caution. His name was written across the front in Frank's precise handwriting. No flourishes, no emotion, just 5 block letters that somehow managed to convey a warning. "Open it," Vanessa urged, moving to stand beside him. The envelope contained 2 items, a set of divorce papers naming Vanessa and citing irreconcilable differences, and a single note card bearing the phrase chess, not checkers. Doug scoffed, recovering his bravado. Typical Frank, cryptic little threats instead of direct confrontation. But Vanessa wasn't listening. She was scanning the divorce papers, her face paling. "These were filed 3 weeks ago," she said quietly, "before he even left for Europe." "So what?" Doug tossed the note onto the desk. "We knew he'd fight back eventually. This changes nothing." "It changes everything," Vanessa replied, her tactical mind already racing ahead. "He anticipated this, which means he may have prepared in other ways we haven't considered." The phone on Frank's desk rang, startling them both. Doug reached for it, but Vanessa caught his wrist. "Don't," she warned. "We don't know what else he's set up." Too late. The speakerphone activated automatically, and a woman's voice filled the room. "Mr. Donovan? This is Patricia Kent from Axiom Defense. Our CEO is concerned about the timeline for the quantum encryption integration. He specifically requested to speak with you, not your representatives." Doug leaned toward the phone. "This is Douglas Donovan, Frank's brother and Sentinel's new chief operating officer. My brother is on extended leave, but I can assure you—" "Understand," the voice interrupted coolly. "However, our contract specifically requires Frank Donovan's direct oversight on implementation. Please have him contact us personally within 24 hours, or we'll need to reevaluate our position." The line went dead. Doug shrugged. "One client. We'll handle it. Axion is a $40 million contract," Vanessa said, scrolling through her tablet. "And they're not the only ones calling." She turned the screen toward him, showing a list of unread messages, all from major clients, all requesting direct contact with Frank. "This is just temporary," Doug insisted. "Once we announce the leadership transition, which we can't do without board approval," Vanessa reminded him. "And the emergency meeting isn't until tomorrow." She walked to the window, staring out at the city skyline as she calculated their next moves. The initial rush of victory was fading, replaced by the uncomfortable realization that Frank's absence wasn't creating the opportunity they had anticipated. It was creating complications they hadn't prepared for. "We need to call Lawrence Bennett," she decided, turning back to Doug. "If the investors are getting nervous, we need to reassure them immediately." Doug nodded, pulling out his phone. "And I'll prepare statements for the major clients. Once they understand the transition is a positive move for the company's future, they'll—" The office door opened, and Eliza Chun entered without knocking, her expression carefully neutral as she took in the scene. Vanessa and Doug standing in Frank's office, the red envelope and its contents scattered across the desk. "Excuse the interruption," she said, her voice betraying nothing. "But the Defense Department liaison is online too. He's asking about the security clearance verification for next week's classified briefing. Tell him we'll call back," Doug replied dismissively. He insists it's urgent, Eliza continued. Apparently, there are concerns about authorized personnel for the Gibraltar project. Vanessa shot Doug a warning look. The Gibraltar project was their largest government contract, a cutting-edge security system for military installations worth nearly $100 million. It also required top-secret clearance that Doug didn't possess. I'll handle it, Vanessa said smoothly, moving toward the phone. Thank you, Eliza. The financial controller nodded once and turned to leave, but paused at the door. There's one more thing, she added, almost as an afterthought. Dr. Wilson reports that the quantum encryption prototype demonstration scheduled for Thursday can't proceed without Frank's authorization codes. He's asking for guidance. After Eliza departed, Doug slammed his fist against the desk. Frank's making this difficult on purpose. Of course he is, Vanessa replied, already dialing the Defense Department contact. He built this company with deliberate dependencies on himself. We just need to work around them until the board meeting tomorrow. But the call with the Defense Department liaison only heightened her concerns. Without Frank's direct involvement, the Gibraltar project was at risk of being placed on administrative hold, a bureaucratic limbo that could take months to resolve. Doug paced the office, agitation radiating from him. We need to access his authorization codes. There has to be a backup somewhere. There isn't, Vanessa said, ending the call. Frank designed the security protocols himself. Everything important requires his biometric confirmation plus authentication codes that change daily. Then we forge them, Doug suggested. We have samples of his signatures, access to his email. It's not that simple, Vanessa cut him off. This isn't just about paperwork. These are encrypted systems with multiple authentication layers. She rubbed her temples, feeling the first throbs of a migraine building. Let's focus on what we can control. The board meeting is our priority. Once we have official authorization for the transition, we can bring in specialized IT consultants to handle the technical barriers. Across town, in an unmarked office building that served as a satellite location for the Internal Revenue Service, Thomas Reeves studied his computer screen with growing interest. A 20-year veteran of the agency and former Marine who had served under Frank Donovan, Reeves specialized in complex financial investigations that other agents avoided. The phone on his desk rang, and he answered without taking his eyes off the screen. Reeves, it's Frank. Reeves straightened in his chair. I was wondering when you'd call. Got your package yesterday. And you were right. The financial patterns are interesting. Multiple transfers to offshore accounts, consulting fees to shell companies that don't seem to actually consult on anything, personal expenses charged to corporate accounts without proper documentation. Enough to justify a preliminary investigation? Frank's voice was calm. More than enough, Reeves confirmed. I've already flagged it for formal review. Given the government contracts involved, we can expedite the process. First official notifications should go out by tomorrow afternoon. Perfect timing, Frank said. Keep me updated on any responses. After ending the call, Reeves returned to the financial records spread across his screen. In 15 years at the IRS, he had seen countless attempts at financial manipulation, some clever, some desperate, all ultimately traceable. What surprised him about this case wasn't the techniques, which were fairly standard, but the people involved. He had met Vanessa Donovan twice at military functions. She had struck him as intelligent, calculating, and far too sophisticated to make such obvious financial missteps. Either she had grown careless in her confidence, or, more likely, she had never expected anyone to look closely at Sentinel's finances. The arrogance of wealth, Reeves thought as he signed the formal investigation authorization. It made even smart people stupid. What do you mean we can't access them? Doug demanded, glaring at the nervous IT specialist who had been summoned to Vanessa's office. The patents are registered in Mr. Donovan's name personally, not under Sentinel Solutions, the young man explained, pointing to his screen. We can see the registration information, but the actual technical specifications and implementation documentation are stored on secure servers that require his direct authentication. Vanessa dismissed the specialist with a curt nod and turned to Doug once they were alone. This complicates things. Complicates. Doug laughed without humor. It's a disaster. The company's value is built on those patents. Without them, what are we even taking control of? The company still has exclusive licensing rights, Vanessa pointed out. Frank can't just take the patents to a competitor. And once we have board control, we can negotiate a transfer of ownership. And if he refuses? Vanessa's expression hardened. Then we use the medical documentation. A man suffering from paranoid delusions isn't fit to control critical intellectual property with national security implications. The courts would side with the company. Doug nodded slowly, his initial panic subsiding. Right. We stick to the plan. How are the board members looking for tomorrow? Marshall is still our biggest concern, Vanessa said, checking her notes. He and Frank have history from the military contractor world, but the others should fall in line once we present the evidence. Her phone chimed with an incoming message. She checked it and frowned. That's strange. Davidson from the Department of Defense just canceled tomorrow's briefing. Says they need to reassess project parameters in light of recent information. What information? He doesn't specify. Vanessa sent a quick reply requesting clarification, then set her phone down. We need to talk to James Wilson. If the quantum encryption demonstration can't proceed without Frank, we need alternative options to present to the clients. Dr. James Wilson's laboratory occupied the entire north wing of Sentinel's R&D floor, a sprawling space of gleaming equipment, transparent display screens, and prototype security devices in various stages of development. The scientist himself was hunched over a complex apparatus, his lanky frame bent at an awkward angle as he made minute adjustments to something inside. Dr. Wilson? Vanessa called, approaching with Doug trailing behind her. Wilson straightened, blinking owlishly behind his glasses. Mrs. Donovan. Mr. Donovan. His gaze darted between them, his discomfort evident. What can I do for you? We need to discuss the Axion demonstration, Vanessa said, getting straight to the point. Understand there are authorization issues? Yes, Wilson confirmed, fidgeting with a stylus. The quantum encryption protocol requires Frank's personal authentication codes to initialize the demonstration sequence. Without them, I can show the basic concept, but not the actual functional implementation. And there's no workaround? Doug pressed, stepping closer to examine the equipment. No administrative override? Wilson stepped subtly between Doug and the prototype. No. Frank designed the security protocols specifically to prevent unauthorized access, even by other executives. It's actually one of the features that makes our system so appealing to government clients. Vanessa noticed the scientist's protective stance and the way his eyes tracked Doug's movements. Frank had clearly been here, she realized. Wilson knew something. James, she said, deliberately using his first name to establish connection. Frank is dealing with some health issues. He may be away longer than anticipated. The company needs to function in his absence. Wilson nodded, his expression giving nothing away. I understand. However, the security protocols are embedded in the system architecture. They can't be bypassed without essentially rebuilding the entire platform, which would take months. What about the research data? Doug asked abruptly. Surely that's accessible to the company leadership. The raw research data is available to authorized personnel, Wilson agreed carefully. But the proprietary algorithms and implementation code are secured separately. Vanessa sensed they were getting nowhere. Thank you for explaining the situation, Dr. Wilson. Please prepare whatever demonstration you can manage for Thursday. We'll inform the clients about the limited presentation. As they left the laboratory, Doug's frustration boiled over. He's hiding something. They're all hiding something. Frank got to them before he left. Of course he did, Vanessa replied calmly. Frank built this company on personal loyalty. We knew that would be a challenge. Then we need to start replacing people immediately, starting with Wilson and Chun. Vanessa shook her head. Not until after the board meeting. We can't afford any disruption that might raise questions. Besides, they have specialized knowledge we need. They reached the executive elevator, and Vanessa checked her watch. The investor call is in 30 minutes. Focus on emphasizing the growth opportunities under the new leadership structure. Don't mention any of these technical complications. Doug nodded, straightening his tie as they entered the elevator. Don't worry, I can handle Lawrence Bennett. He's already committed to the additional funding once we complete the transition. Just don't oversell, Vanessa cautioned. Bennett has been in business long enough to recognize spin. The investor call was a disaster. Lawrence Bennett and his consortium of investors had arrived, expecting a straightforward update on the leadership transition. What they encountered instead was a series of technical questions about Sentinel's core technologies that Doug struggled to answer convincingly. My understanding, Bennett said, his voice carrying clearly through the conference room speakers, was that the quantum encryption system will be ready for commercial deployment next quarter. Now you're saying there are authentication challenges. Temporary issues, Doug assured him, fighting to maintain his confident facade. Frank left some technical protocols that need to be addressed, but our team is already implementing solutions. In the Gibraltar project, another investor asked. The Defense Department contract represents nearly 40% of your projected revenue for next year. Who will be managing that relationship without Frank's security clearances? Vanessa stepped in smoothly. We're in active discussions with Defense about transitioning oversight to qualified personnel. These adjustments are standard in any leadership change. The skepticism from the investors was palpable even through the audio connection. By the time the call ended, it was clear that Bennett's consortium was reconsidering their commitment to additional funding. That went well, Doug said sarcastically as Vanessa disconnected the call. They're just being cautious, she replied, though her tight expression betrayed her concern. Once the board approves the transition tomorrow, their confidence will return. Her phone buzzed with a notification. She checked it and froze. What? Doug asked, sensing her alarm. Vanessa turned the screen toward him. It displayed a real-time stock market update showing Sentinel's privately traded shares dropping nearly 15% since morning. How is that possible? Doug demanded. The transition isn't even public knowledge yet. Someone's talking, Vanessa said grimly, and the market is responding. Before they could discuss further, Carlos Rodriguez, the head of security, appeared at the conference room door. Mrs. Donovan, there's a situation you should be aware of. What now? Doug snapped. The Defense Department has just revoked temporary clearance for the Gibraltar project team, Carlos reported, his expression professionally neutral. They're citing security protocol concerns and requesting immediate verification of all personnel with access to classified materials. Vanessa felt the first real stirrings of panic. The pieces were falling apart faster than she could hold them together. Thank you, Carlos. Please tell them we'll provide full verification documentation by end of day. After the security chief departed, Doug slumped into a chair. This is Frank. He's somehow orchestrating all of this from Europe. That doesn't make sense, Vanessa argued. The Defense Department doesn't just revoke clearances based on a phone call. Something else is happening. Her tablet chimed with an incoming email. She opened it and scanned the contents, her composed facade finally cracking. It's from Thomas Reeves at the IRS. Sentinel's accounts are being reviewed for potential irregularities in financial reporting. They're requesting extensive documentation within 48 hours. Doug paled. The offshore transfers. But those were all authorized. By me, Vanessa finished. Using corporate funds for personal expenses and routing them through shell companies. She closed her eyes briefly. Frank must have been documenting everything for months. So what do we do now? Doug asked, his earlier confidence completely evaporated. Vanessa straightened her shoulders, her mind racing through scenarios and contingencies. We proceed with the board meeting tomorrow as planned. We present the medical documentation, secure formal authority for the leadership transition, and then use the company's legal resources to address these challenges one by one. And if the board gets wind of the IRS investigation before tomorrow, they won't, Vanessa said firmly. The notification just came in. We have at least 24 hours before it becomes general knowledge. The next morning dawned with fresh disasters. Vanessa arrived at the office early to prepare for the emergency board meeting, only to find Eliza Chun waiting in her office with yet another crisis. 3 major government clients have suspended their contracts pending security clearance verification, Eliza reported, handing Vanessa a tablet displaying the formal notifications. Project Hermes has encountered critical errors that the development team can't resolve without Frank's input. Vanessa scanned the notifications with growing dismay. Project Hermes was their most innovative initiative, an AI-driven security system that adapted to emerging threats in real time. It represented millions in development costs and future revenue. What kind of errors? She asked. Apparently random failures in the core algorithm, Eliza explained. Functions that worked perfectly during testing are now generating critical exceptions. Dr. Wilson's team has been working through the night, but can't identify the root cause. Vanessa recognized the pattern immediately. This wasn't random technical failure. It was deliberate sabotage. Frank had embedded kill switches in the company's most critical systems, triggers that would activate in his absence. Have Dr. Wilson document everything, she instructed. We'll need to bring in external consultants. Eliza nodded and turned to leave, but paused at the door. There's one more thing. All the company credit cards have been declined this morning. The bank says there's a security hold on the accounts. After Eliza left, Vanessa sank into her chair, the full magnitude of their situation finally hitting her. Frank wasn't just fighting back. He was systematically dismantling their ability to operate the company. The timing was too perfect, the pressure points too precisely targeted. Her phone rang. Doug, have you seen the stock price this morning? He demanded without preamble. We're down 23%. Bennett just called to postpone the funding discussion indefinitely. The board meeting is in 2 hours, Vanessa reminded him, fighting to keep her voice steady. Once we have official control, we can address these issues with the full authority of the company. If there's still a company left by then, Doug muttered. I just tried to access the payroll system to review the executive compensation packages, and I'm completely locked out. The system administrator says the authorization protocols were changed last night. Vanessa ended the call and stared at the framed photo on her desk. The Sentinel executive team at last year's charity gala. Frank standing slightly apart from the group, his expression revealing nothing of what he had already begun planning. She had underestimated him catastrophically. While she and Doug had been focused on the overt power structure, board control, legal authority, public narrative, Frank had been quietly securing the invisible infrastructure that actually made the company function. The board meeting was now their only hope of salvaging the situation. With official authorization for the leadership transition, they could bring in specialized consultants to bypass Frank's technical barriers, legal teams to address the regulatory challenges, and crisis management experts to stabilize client relationships. As she gathered her materials for the meeting, her assistant appeared at the door, face pale. Mrs. Donovan, she said hesitantly, there's a courier here with a delivery that requires your personal signature. The courier handed Vanessa a thick envelope bearing the logo of their corporate bank. Inside was a formal notice that all Sentinel corporate accounts had been frozen pending investigation of potential financial improprieties. The letter cited specific transactions, the exact offshore transfers, and consulting fees she had authorized over the past months. A handwritten note was paper-clipped to the formal documentation. Vanessa, chess requires thinking several moves ahead. I've been planning this particular game for months. Frank, the timing couldn't have been worse. Without access to corporate funds, they couldn't even make payroll, let alone fight the coming legal battles. And the board meeting was now less than 2 hours away. Vanessa took a deep breath, steeling herself against the rising panic. Frank might have outmaneuvered them on the financial and technical fronts, but she still had one advantage. She understood people. The board members responded to confidence, to narrative. If she could convince them that these challenges were temporary obstacles rather than fundamental threats, she might still salvage their plan. She picked up her phone to call Doug, then paused as a new notification appeared on her screen, an alert from their personal bank. With growing dread, she tapped the notification and entered her password. The account balance read $0. A note from the bank explained that all personal accounts had been frozen in connection with the corporate investigation. They were completely cut off, no corporate funds, no personal reserves, no access to the technical systems that might generate revenue. Frank had orchestrated a perfect financial stranglehold. Vanessa sank back in her chair, the full weight of realization finally settling on her shoulders. The board meeting was no longer about taking control of a thriving company. It was about assuming responsibility for a rapidly disintegrating enterprise with no means to stabilize it. Frank hadn't just outplayed them. He had changed the nature of the game entirely while they were still learning the rules. Chapter 5. The Counterattack. "We need to find him," Vanessa said, pacing the length of her office. The emergency board meeting had been a disaster. With accounts frozen, contracts suspended, and technical systems failing, the board had tabled the leadership transition discussion and instead formed a crisis management committee to address the immediate threats to the company's survival. Doug sprawled in a chair opposite her desk, his tie loosened, his expression dark. How? He's in Europe, bouncing between London, Berlin, and wherever else on his itinerary. Is he? Vanessa stopped pacing. Think about it, Doug. These attacks are too coordinated, too precise. He's anticipating our every move. He could be orchestrating it remotely, Doug argued. We both know Frank's obsessive about contingency planning. Vanessa shook her head. This is different. The timing, the specific pressure points. He's responding to our actions in real time. She pulled out her tablet, activating a secure browser. We need someone who specializes in finding people who don't want to be found. 3 hours later, Mona Santos sat across from them in the rarely used private meeting room on Sentinel's top floor. The private investigator was not what they had expected. Small, unassuming, with practical clothes and a worn leather messenger bag. Nothing about her suggested exceptional capabilities until she spoke. Your husband has an impressive digital footprint in Europe, she observed, scrolling through her tablet. Credit card transactions, hotel check-ins, security camera appearances, even a photo with potential investors that appeared in a London financial blog yesterday morning. So he's definitely in London? Doug asked. Mona's gaze flicked up briefly. I said his digital footprint is in London. That's not necessarily the same thing. Vanessa leaned forward. You think it's misdirection? I think a man with Mr. Donovan's background knows how to create convincing evidence of his location. Mona set down her tablet. Military intelligence training, extensive security expertise, access to advanced technologies and resources. If he wanted to appear to be somewhere while actually being elsewhere, he'd have the skills to do it. So where is he? Doug demanded. That's what you're paying me to determine. Mona's tone remained professional, unhurried. But before I begin, I should warn you. Pursuing someone with Mr. Donovan's profile carries significant risks. We're aware of Frank's capabilities, Vanessa said dismissively. Are you? Mona studied them both. Based on what you've shared, he's already demonstrated strategic foresight, technical sophistication, and precise targeting of vulnerabilities. He's mobilized resources across multiple domains, financial, legal, technical, and coordinated them for maximum impact. We don't need a threat assessment, Doug interrupted. We need his location. What you need, Mona replied calmly, is to understand what you're dealing with. Your husband isn't just a business executive with some military background. His service record, the unclassified portions, anyway, shows specialized training in counterintelligence, infiltration, and asymmetric warfare. He's applying those exact principles to your current situation. Vanessa felt a chill despite herself. She had always known about Frank's military past in abstract terms, but had never connected it directly to their current conflict. What exactly are you suggesting? That you prepare for further escalation, Mona answered, and that you recognize you're facing an adversary who is almost certainly operating from a position of greater information and preparation than you currently possess. Doug scoffed. This isn't a war zone, isn't it? Mona glanced between them. Your finances are frozen, your communications potentially compromised, your organizational structure destabilized, and your critical resources inaccessible. These are textbook strategies for isolating and immobilizing an opponent before a decisive strike. Vanessa absorbed this assessment silently. Frank's approach to business problems had always impressed her, but she'd never considered how those same traits would manifest when turned against her. What's your approach to locating him? She asked finally. Digital forensics first? Mona explained, analyzing patterns in a European evidence trail to identify inconsistencies. Simultaneous investigation of potential local bases of operation, properties, businesses, or associates that could provide cover, and targeted monitoring of key communication channels. She paused, studying Vanessa carefully. I'll need unrestricted access to Mr. Donovan's personal and business records, communication history, and financial transactions, including any unofficial channels you might be aware of. Doug shifted uncomfortably. How soon can you start? I already have. Mona pointed to her tablet. The London appearance timeline has 3 discrepancies that suggest digital manipulation. The hotel security footage shows consistent patterns that could indicate pre-recorded segments. And the investor meeting photo was taken at an angle that obscures facial details while maintaining recognizable clothing and general appearance. Vanessa felt a grudging admiration for Frank's thoroughness, even as it frustrated her. How long will it take to find him? With unrestricted access to your systems? 3 to 5 days for preliminary results. Mona began packing her tablet. Unless he makes a mistake. But based on what I've seen so far, that seems unlikely. After the investigator left, Doug poured himself a drink from the meeting room's bar cabinet. You believe all that cloak and dagger nonsense? Frank's not James Bond. He's a tech executive who used to be in the military. Vanessa considered how to respond. Doug had always underestimated his half-brother, a blind spot Frank had undoubtedly counted on. I believe, she said carefully, that we've underestimated what Frank is capable of when he feels betrayed. Whether he's in Europe or watching us from across the street, we need to find him to resolve this situation. And when we do, Doug asked, swirling his drink. Vanessa didn't answer immediately. The question carried implications neither of them had voiced explicitly. First, we find him, she said finally. Then we negotiate from whatever position of strength we can establish. 3 days into Mona's investigation, Doug decided to take matters into his own hands. The company was in free fall, clients defecting, employees uncertain, investment capital evaporating. Something had to break the deadlock. Eliza Chun was leaving her office when Doug approached, blocking her path to the elevator. We need to talk, he said, gesturing back toward her office. Eliza's expression remained neutral. I was just heading to a meeting. Reschedule it. Doug didn't move. This takes priority. After a moment's hesitation, Eliza turned back to her office. Once inside, she remained standing, maintaining distance between them. What can I help you with, Mr. Donovan? Doug closed the door and leaned against it casually. You've been with Sentinel since the beginning, Eliza. You understand how important stability is right now. I do. Her response was non-committal. Then you'll appreciate why we need your cooperation. Doug pulled a folder from his jacket and placed it on her desk. These financial records show a pattern of unusual transfers from operating accounts under your supervision. Transfers that lack proper documentation and authorization. Eliza didn't reach for the folder. All financial operations at Sentinel follow established protocols with appropriate oversight. On paper, sure. Doug stepped closer. But we both know shortcuts get taken, especially when the company was growing rapidly. Documentation gets filed later, authorizations handled retroactively. Not in my department, Eliza replied, her voice cooling further. The records suggest otherwise. Doug tapped the folder. These transactions could be interpreted as embezzlement if someone wanted to make a case. Or they could be seen as administrative oversights, the kind that get corrected quietly with no harm to anyone's career. Eliza finally picked up the folder and opened it, scanning the contents with practiced efficiency. After a moment, she closed it and looked up at Doug, her expression unchanged. These documents are fabricated, she said simply. The transaction IDs don't match our system format. The routing numbers are incorrect, and the authorization codes are invalid. Doug hadn't expected her to analyze the forgeries so quickly. He'd counted on the threat itself being sufficient. The details can be debated, he said, attempting to recover. The point, Eliza interrupted, is that you're attempting to blackmail me with fraudulent evidence. She placed the folder back on her desk. I assume you want information about Frank's contingency plans or access to financial systems he secured before leaving. Doug's silence confirmed her assessment. I respectfully decline, Eliza continued, reaching for her phone. And I believe this conversation should be documented for the board's crisis management committee. Doug moved quickly, grabbing her wrist before she could call. Think carefully about what you're doing, Eliza. Your loyalty to Frank is admirable, but he's not here. Vanessa and I are. We determine your future at this company. Eliza looked pointedly at his hand until he released her. No, she said quietly. You don't. She pressed a button on her desk phone. Security, please escort Mr. Donovan from my office. And please inform the board that I'll be submitting my resignation, effective immediately. Doug stared at her in disbelief. You're throwing away your career for him? After everything we've offered you? I'm choosing integrity, Eliza replied, gathering her personal items into her bag. Something you might want to consider. By the time security arrived, Doug had retreated, but the damage was done. Within hours, Eliza's resignation was public knowledge throughout the company, raising new questions about the leadership crisis and further destabilizing an already precarious situation. Vanessa studied the client relationship dashboard with growing dismay. Red indicators dominated the screen. Accounts on hold, contracts under review, meetings canceled. 5 years of meticulous relationship building was unraveling in days. Her assistant appeared at the door. Senator Williams has canceled his dinner meeting again. His office says he's dealing with an unexpected committee assignment. Another diplomatic excuse. The pattern was becoming clear. No one wanted to be associated with Sentinel while its future remained uncertain. Thank you, Jessica, Vanessa replied. Any word from the Kyoto group? They're still requesting to speak directly with Mr. Donovan about the Asian expansion. I've sent the standard response about his European commitments. After her assistant left, Vanessa pulled up the contact information for Hiroshi Tanaka, the Kyoto Group CEO. Frank had spent months cultivating that relationship, often mentioning private dinners and golf outings that she hadn't attended. Perhaps there was a personal angle she could leverage. The call connected after 2 rings. Tanaka-san, Vanessa began warmly. This is Vanessa Donovan from Sentinel Solutions. Mrs. Donovan. The Japanese executive's tone was polite but reserved. I was expecting to hear from your husband regarding our implementation timeline. Frank has asked me to manage the relationship while he focuses on our European expansion. Vanessa explained smoothly. I have full authority to address any concerns about the project schedule. A brief silence followed. With respect, Mrs. Donovan, our agreement was based on specific assurances from Frank personally. The security implementation involved sensitive aspects that he and I discussed in confidence. I understand, Vanessa pressed, and I can assure you that our technical team is fully prepared to. Please convey to Frank, Tanaka interrupted gently but firmly, that I would appreciate a direct conversation at his earliest convenience. Until then, we will temporarily pause integration activities. After the call ended, Vanessa leaned back in her chair, frustration mounting. She had always been the face of Sentinel to clients, the polished, articulate counterpart to Frank's technical expertise. But now she was discovering hidden dimensions to these relationships, connections Frank had cultivated without her knowledge. Her phone chimed with a message from Mona Santos. Progress update. Need to meet in person. Not at Sentinel offices. They met at a quiet cafe several blocks from headquarters. Mona arrived first, selecting a corner table with clear sight lines to all entrances, a detail Vanessa might not have noticed a week ago. What have you found? Vanessa asked after ordering coffee. Mona placed her phone on the table, activating a small device beside it that emitted a faint hum. Signal disruptor, she explained. Precautionary. Is that necessary? Based on what I've discovered, yes. Mona opened her tablet. Your husband's European presence is elaborate but inconsistent. Hotel staff interact with someone they identify as Frank Donovan, but the pattern suggests multiple individuals rotating through the role. The credit card transactions show perfect alignment with his scheduled meetings. Too perfect. Real people deviate, make impromptu purchases. So he's not in Europe, Vanessa concluded. Almost certainly not, Mona agreed. But here's where it gets interesting. I tracked communications between Sentinel and the various European locations. They're being routed through an intermediate server that could allow someone to appear to be connecting from Europe while actually being located elsewhere. Can you trace it? That's the problem. Mona showed her a complex network diagram. The routing is sophisticated, multiple relays, encryption protocols, timing variations to prevent pattern analysis. It's not commercial-grade security. It's military or intelligence level. Vanessa absorbed this information. So you can't locate him. Not through digital means alone, Mona acknowledged. But there's always human intelligence. People make mistakes, leave trails, trust others who can be leveraged. The investigator swiped to a new screen showing a map with several locations highlighted. These are properties with potential connections to your husband, owned through shell companies, recently leased with cash payments, or associated with people from his military past. How many? 12 in the metropolitan area, Mona replied. I'm monitoring utilities usage, security system activations, delivery patterns. 3 locations show signs of possible occupation. Vanessa studied the map. You've made more progress than I expected. There's something else you should know. Mona's expression turned serious. During my investigation, I detected counter-surveillance measures around Sentinel headquarters and your residence. Someone is monitoring physical approaches, electronic communications, and possibly inside informants. Frank, Vanessa muttered. Most likely. And it suggests he's closer than you might think. Mona deactivated her tablet. Which brings me to my warning. Your husband isn't just hiding from you. He's actively gathering intelligence on your activities. Every plan you make, every countermeasure you attempt, assume he knows about it, or soon will. Vanessa considered the implications. What do you recommend? Misdirection, Mona said simply. Feed false information through channels he's likely monitoring. Create the impression you're pursuing one strategy while actually implementing another. And most importantly, prepare for direct confrontation. Based on the pattern of escalation, it's coming. The warning proved prophetic. The next morning, Vanessa arrived at Sentinel headquarters to find federal agents in the lobby, presenting warrants to a visibly shaken Carlos Rodriguez. What's happening? She demanded, approaching the group. A stern-faced woman in a dark suit turned to her. Agent Pearson, Department of Defense Security Service. We're here to secure classified materials potentially compromised by unauthorized access. Vanessa maintained her composure. Sentinel Solutions has rigorous security protocols for all classified information. I'd be happy to demonstrate our compliance. This isn't a compliance audit, Mrs. Donovan. Agent Pearson handed her a document. We've received credible evidence that individuals without proper security clearance have accessed restricted information related to the Gibraltar project. All related servers and documentation are being secured pending investigation. Vanessa scanned the warrant, her mind racing. This is disruptive to ongoing operations. Our government contracts have strict delivery timelines. Those timelines have been suspended by the contracting offices, Agent Pearson replied. Your technical staff has been cooperative in identifying the relevant systems. We'll work as efficiently as possible. As the agents proceeded toward the elevator, Vanessa pulled Carlos aside. How many systems are they taking? All the Gibraltar servers, plus any connected networks, the security chief replied quietly. Dr. Wilson is supervising to ensure they don't exceed the scope of the warrant. How did this happen? Vanessa hissed. The classified materials are supposed to be isolated on secure systems. Carlos looked uncomfortable. According to the agents, they received whistleblower complaint alleging that Mr. Douglas Donovan accessed restricted documentation without proper clearance. They have access logs supposedly showing his credentials being used to view classified specifications. That's impossible, Vanessa protested. Doug doesn't have the authentication codes. Someone's credentials were used, Carlos said carefully, and there's surveillance footage apparently showing him in restricted areas during the access periods. The pieces clicked into place in Vanessa's mind. Frank had laid another trap, and they had walked straight into it. The whistleblower complaints, the access logs, the surveillance footage, all prepared in advance, waiting for the right moment to deploy. "Where's Doug now?" she asked. "In the conference room with the company attorneys," Carlos replied. "The agents want to interview him after they secure the systems." Vanessa headed for the conference room, her phone buzzing with incoming messages, board members demanding explanations, clients seeking reassurance, reporters requesting comments. The crisis was expanding beyond their ability to contain it. Doug looked up as she entered, his face tight with tension. "Did you know about this?" "Of course not," she snapped, closing the door. "But it's clearly Frank's next move. He's using your lack of security clearance to trigger a federal investigation." "They can't prove I accessed anything classified," Doug insisted. "I never had the codes." "They don't need to prove it conclusively right now," Sentinel's lead attorney interjected. "The whistleblower complaints and preliminary evidence are enough to justify securing the systems pending a full investigation. And that process could take weeks or months." "We don't have weeks," Vanessa said, the reality of their situation sinking in. "Without the Gibraltar systems, we can't fulfill our largest contracts. Without those contracts, we can't maintain operations." "There's more," the attorney added reluctantly. "The warrant authorizes them to investigate potential national security implications, including foreign access to restricted technologies." Doug paled. The Singapore investors. Vanessa felt the trap closing around them. The Singapore expansion had involved discussions with international investors whose backgrounds might not withstand rigorous security screening. Frank knew this. He had deliberately steered them toward investors with complex financial histories that would raise red flags during a federal investigation. "This isn't just about contract delays," she realized aloud. "He's triggered an investigation that could result in criminal charges." "He can't prove anything," Doug insisted, but his voice lacked conviction. "He doesn't have to," Vanessa replied. "The investigation itself is the weapon. Even if we're eventually cleared, the company won't survive the process." As if to underscore her point, her phone chimed with an alert from the financial department. With the federal investigation underway, the bank had extended the freeze on corporate accounts indefinitely. They spent the next 4 hours in a blur of crisis management. Conferences with attorneys, statements to employees, reassurances to clients. Through it all, Vanessa maintained her composed exterior while inwardly calculating the accelerating damage to Sentinel's viability. By late afternoon, the federal agents had removed servers containing terabytes of data, secured physical documentation, and interviewed key technical personnel. The building felt eerily quiet in their wake, as if the heart of the company had been physically extracted. "What do we do now?" Doug asked as they sat alone in Vanessa's office, the gravity of their situation finally sinking in. Before she could answer, her phone rang, the secure line Mona had provided. "I need to take this," she said, stepping into her private bathroom for privacy. "There's been a development," Mona reported without preamble. During the federal raid, several prototype devices disappeared from the R&D lab. "Disappeared? You mean the agents took them?" "No," Mona replied. "According to my source, they vanished during a 30-minute period when the lab was evacuated for the federal search, but before agents actually entered the area. Security footage for that time frame has been corrupted." Vanessa processed this information. "Frank's people took advantage of the chaos." "That would be my assessment," Mona agreed. The missing items included next-generation prototypes and storage devices potentially containing proprietary data. After ending the call, Vanessa returned to find Doug staring out the window, defeated posture betraying his exhaustion. "We should head home," she suggested. "Regroup and plan our next steps." "What next steps?" he asked bitterly. "The company's paralyzed, the feds are crawling through our servers, and Frank is 10 steps ahead of us at every turn." "We still have options," Vanessa insisted, though she was less certain than she pretended. "Let's get some rest and approach this fresh tomorrow." The Blacktown car dropped Vanessa at her penthouse building shortly after 7. The doorman greeted her with his usual deference, but something in his manner seemed off. A slight hesitation, perhaps, or unusual attentiveness. "Everything all right, George?" she asked as he called the elevator. "Yes, ma'am," he replied, not quite meeting her eyes. "Just a small issue with the building's security system earlier." All resolved now. The elevator arrived and Vanessa stepped in, her instincts on high alert. As the doors closed, she pulled out her phone and texted Mona. Something unusual in my building. Security system issue mentioned. The response came immediately. Don't enter your unit. Wait in the lobby. Sending someone. But the elevator was already rising, and Vanessa's pride rebelled at the thought of retreating. Whatever was happening, she would face it directly. The elevator opened directly into the penthouse foyer, a security feature Frank had insisted on during renovations. Vanessa stepped out cautiously, noting that the lights were already on, though she distinctly remembered turning everything off that morning. "Hello," she called, moving slowly into the main living area. Nothing seemed immediately amiss. The space was immaculate as always, floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the city lights beyond. She set down her bag and moved toward the kitchen, stopping abruptly when she noticed the blinking red light on the home security panel. "System disabled," flashed on the small screen. Vanessa reached for her phone, but before she could dial, she heard a faint beep from the main bedroom, the sound of the electronic safe opening. Heart pounding, she moved silently to the decorative box where Frank kept a small handgun, only to find it empty. Of course it was empty. Frank would have secured any weapons before implementing his plan. The bedroom door was slightly ajar, light spilling onto the hallway carpet. Vanessa approached carefully, her mind racing through options. She could retreat, call for help, confront whoever was inside. Before she could decide, her phone buzzed loudly with an incoming call. The sound echoed in the quiet apartment. The bedroom door swung open fully, revealing not an intruder, but Doug, his expression a mixture of panic and resignation. "They got to me too," he said without preamble. "Everything's gone. The apartment security system, access to the building, even my car. Repossessed right from the parking garage while I was upstairs." "What are you talking about?" Vanessa demanded, relief at seeing him quickly replaced by confusion. Doug gestured helplessly. "I got home and couldn't get into my apartment. The codes were changed. The biometric reader didn't recognize me. When I called building management, they said the ownership had transferred and I was no longer authorized to access the unit." "That's impossible," Vanessa protested. "Real estate transfers take days, signatures, legal documentation. Not when the property is owned by a shell corporation that's owned by another shell corporation," Doug interrupted. "Apparently, my apartment technically belongs to a company I've never heard of, and that company changed hands this afternoon." Vanessa's phone buzzed again. Another text from Mona. "Do not enter apartment. Security systems compromised. Evidence of intrusion." Too late for that warning. But if Doug was here, who had accessed the safe? And what else in their home had been compromised? "Check your jewelry," Doug suggested, reading her expression. "That's how I realized something was really wrong. I went to get emergency cash from my safe, and everything was gone." Vanessa hurried to her dressing room, opening the concealed panel behind which her private safe was located. The door hung open, the interior empty. No jewelry, no documents, no emergency cash reserves. She returned to the living room, finding Doug at the bar pouring himself a generous drink. "This is beyond corporate maneuvering," she said shakily. "This is personal." "Of course it's personal," Doug replied, downing half his drink in one swallow. "We betrayed him, remember? Now he's returning the favor, with interest." Vanessa's phone chimed again. "Leaving now. Sweep conducted. Apartment clear, but compromised. Surveillance equipment detected. Frank was watching them." The realization hit her with chilling clarity. He wasn't just attacking their professional lives. He was systematically stripping away their personal security, their resources, their privacy, reducing them to exposed targets with nowhere to retreat. "We need to leave," she told Doug, already moving toward the door. "This place isn't secure. Where are we supposed to go?" Doug asked bitterly. "I have no apartment, no car, frozen bank accounts, and a federal investigation targeting me. There's nowhere left to run." Vanessa paused, struck by the truth in his words. Frank had eliminated their options one by one, backing them into an increasingly tight corner with decreasing resources to fight back. "There's always somewhere to go," she said finally. And we're not finished yet. But we need to regroup somewhere Frank doesn't control. As they left the penthouse, Vanessa glanced back one last time at the home she had shared with Frank, now transformed into another weapon in his arsenal. The sense of violation was profound, not just of her physical space, but of the life she had believed was secure. Frank had taken everything from them, just as they had attempted to take everything from him. But unlike them, he had planned his counterattack with ruthless precision, leaving nothing to chance and no avenue of escape unblocked. The elevator doors closed, taking them down and away from their compromised sanctuary. Whatever came next, Vanessa knew with certainty that it would be on Frank's terms, not theirs. They were no longer the hunters, but the hunted, their only remaining advantage being the desperation that comes when there's nothing left to lose. Chapter 6: Desperate Measures. The Palmer estate stood like a fortress against the morning mist, its brick facade and manicured grounds projecting the same unyielding permanence as the family it had housed for generations. Vanessa stared at it through the car window, steeling herself for the conversation ahead. "They'll help us," Doug said from a seat beside her, more statement than question. "They're your family." Vanessa didn't respond immediately. The relationship with her parents had always been complex. Respect rather than warmth, expectations rather than unconditional support. She had spent her entire adult life proving her independence from the Palmer name and fortune. Now she was returning, hat in hand. "Wait here," she told Doug as the car pulled up to the entrance. "This will go better if I speak to them alone." The housekeeper who answered the door betrayed no surprise at Vanessa's unannounced arrival, merely nodding and leading her to her father's study. Some things never changed. Richard Palmer would be at his desk by 7 each morning, reviewing investments and correspondence with the same discipline that had built the family fortune. He looked up as she entered, his piercing blue eyes, so like her own, assessing her in an instant. "Vanessa, this is unexpected. I need to speak with you." "Father," she said, taking the seat across from his desk without waiting for an invitation. "It's important." Richard set down his pen with deliberate care. At 72, he remained imposing, silver hair immaculately styled, posture military straight, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts. "I assume this concerns the situation at Sentinel Solutions. The financial press has been quite interested in the company's difficulties." Vanessa should have expected he would already be informed. Richard Palmer made it his business to know everything affecting family interests, directly or indirectly. "The company is facing temporary challenges," she began, falling back on a corporate language that had always been their most comfortable means of communication. "A funding gap that needs to be addressed quickly to stabilize operations while we resolve some internal transitions." Internal transitions, he repeated, the phrase hanging between them. "Is that what we're calling it? Not corporate espionage, financial mismanagement, or marital betrayal?" Vanessa felt the blood drain from her face. "You've spoken to Frank. He came to see me 3 weeks ago," Richard confirmed, his tone conversational, but his eyes unforgiving. "Very professional, very thorough. He brought documentation of certain financial irregularities, unauthorized access to classified materials, and," he paused, "personal indiscretions that complicated the company's governance." "Whatever he showed you," Vanessa began, "was authenticated by independent sources," her father interrupted. "Frank was quite insistent that I verify everything independently. He said he didn't expect me to take his word over my daughters without proof." The calculation of it, the careful groundwork Frank had laid, even with her family, left Vanessa momentarily speechless. "The Palmer Foundation has significant investments in defense and security companies," Richard continued in the same measured tone. "Companies that partner with Sentinel Solutions on government contracts. Frank suggested that advanced knowledge of potential problems might allow us to insulate those investments from collateral damage. So you abandoned me based on his word," Vanessa said, unable to keep the bitterness from her voice. Richard's expression hardened. "I raise you to understand consequences, Vanessa. Actions have them. Choices create them. The situation you find yourself in results from decisions you made with full awareness of potential outcomes. The company will fail without immediate funding, she pressed, forcing herself back to the practical issue at hand. Thousands of jobs, millions in technology, critical security infrastructure, all at risk over what's essentially a personal dispute between Frank and Doug that I was caught in the middle of. That's not how Frank characterized it, Richard observed. And the federal investigations suggest it's considerably more than a personal dispute. I need $10 million, Vanessa said bluntly. A bridge loan to stabilize operations while we negotiate a long-term resolution with Frank. The Palmer Foundation can provide it without even noticing the outlay. Her father studied her silently for a long moment. And if I refuse, then a company that represents 5 years of my life and work collapses, Vanessa replied, along with my professional reputation and future prospects. What about your personal accounts? Your trust fund? Frozen or inaccessible, she admitted. Frank's been thorough. Richard nodded, as if confirming something he already knew. Your mother and I always had reservations about your marriage. Not because of Frank personally, he impressed us, actually, but because you approached it like a business merger rather than a lifetime commitment. This isn't about my marriage, Vanessa protested. Isn't it? The company you built together is inseparable from the relationship that created it. The trust that underlies any successful partnership, business or personal, has been broken. He leaned forward. The Palmer Foundation will not be providing financial assistance to Sentinel Solutions, nor will your trust fund be made available for that purpose. So you're cutting me off completely? Vanessa asked, struggling to maintain her composure. Not completely, Richard qualified. Your personal expenses, living costs, legal representation if needed, those will be covered through the usual channels. But not a cent for the company or for Douglas Donovan. Vanessa stood, recognizing the immovability in her father's tone. It was the same voice he had used when denying her request throughout childhood, final, without appeal. I expected better, she said quietly. From me? Richard raised an eyebrow. Or from yourself? The question followed her as she left the study, the house, the grounds. It echoed as she returned to the waiting car, to Doug's expectant face that fell as soon as he saw her expression. They won't help, she confirmed, sliding into the seat beside him. Frank got to them first. 20% interest, the man said, examining his manicured nails as if bored by the entire discussion. Plus 2 points on any company shares when trading resumes. Doug shifted uncomfortably in the leather booth of the upscale restaurant where Anthony DeMarco conducted his alternative financing business. The loan shark had been his last resort 5 years ago when gambling debts had spiraled beyond his ability to manage. Frank had bailed him out then, paying off DeMarco and extracting promises that Doug had quickly broken. Now he was back, desperation outweighing caution. That's highway robbery, Doug protested weakly. DeMarco smiled, the expression never reaching his eyes. No, Mr. Donovan. Highway robbery is crude, unrefined. This is more like premium financial services for clients with limited options. He signaled the waiter for another drink. Besides, my understanding is that your situation has become rather urgent. Federal investigations, frozen accounts, company in crisis. Not exactly a position of negotiating strength. Doug glanced at the 2 men flanking DeMarco, silent sentinels in expensive suits with bulges beneath their jackets that suggested weapons rather than cell phones. I need $5 million, he said, forcing his voice to remain steady. Just for 30 days to stabilize things while we resolve some temporary issues. Temporary, DeMarco repeated thoughtfully. That's an interesting characterization given what I've heard about Sentinel's situation. You've been misinformed, Doug insisted. The company is fundamentally sound. These are operational disruptions that can be resolved quickly with adequate capital. DeMarco studied him with the practiced assessment of a man accustomed to evaluating desperation. $3 million, he said finally. 20% interest, compounded weekly, full repayment in 30 days, and 5 points on company equity. Weekly interest is impossible, Doug argued. And 5 points is my final offer, DeMarco interrupted smoothly. Consider your alternatives, Mr. Donovan. From what I understand, they're exceedingly limited. The truth of that statement hung between them. Vanessa's family had refused support. Conventional financing was impossible with the company's accounts frozen and reputation in tatters. Even their personal credit cards had been canceled. $3 million wouldn't solve all their problems, but it might buy enough time to regain some leverage against Frank. "I'll need the funds immediately," Doug said, the decision made. DeMarco nodded to one of his men, who placed a tablet on the table. "The agreement is straightforward. Electronic signature here and here, biometric confirmation, and the funds will be transferred to the specified account within 1 hour." Doug scanned the document quickly, wincing at terms that would be ruinous under normal circumstances. But these weren't normal circumstances, and survival took precedence over future consequences. "One more thing," DeMarco added as Doug prepared to sign. "This agreement is with you personally, not Sentinel Solutions. Your brother's actions demonstrated that corporate entities can be problematic when it comes to collection. This debt follows you regardless of the company's status." The implication was clear. There would be no corporate shield to hide behind if things went wrong. Doug hesitated, pen hovering above the screen. 30 days, DeMarco reminded him. "Surely a man of your capabilities can resolve these temporary issues in that time frame?" Doug signed, the decision feeling simultaneously like surrender and a last desperate grab for control. As DeMarco's men confirmed the agreement, he tried to silence the voice in his head that sounded unsettlingly like Frank, warning him that this path led nowhere good. Sophia Winters's law office occupied the entire top floor of a sleek downtown building, glass and steel and calculated intimidation. The attorney herself matched her surroundings, sharp, polished, with a reputation for ruthlessness that made her both feared and sought after by Boston's elite. "Your situation is problematic," she observed, reviewing the documents Vanessa had provided. "Multiple fronts of attack, deteriorating position, limited resources for counteroffensive measures." "We understand the challenges," Vanessa replied. "What we need is a strategy that can stabilize the situation and force Frank back to the negotiating table." Sophia leaned back in her chair, studying both Vanessa and Doug with clinical detachment. "Before I outline potential approaches, I need absolute clarity on one point. What is your actual objective here? Retaining control of Sentinel? Financial settlement? Minimizing personal legal exposure? The strategy differs significantly depending on your end goal." Vanessa and Doug exchanged glances. They hadn't explicitly discussed their ultimate objective since everything began unraveling. Survival had become the immediate focus, pushing longer-term considerations aside. "Control of the company," Doug said firmly. "That was the original plan, and it remains the goal." "Realistically," Sophia countered, "that ship may have sailed. Based on what you've shared, Frank has systematically secured or undermined every pillar supporting your position within Sentinel. Patents, client relationships, financial resources, technical infrastructure, all compromised or inaccessible." "Then what do you suggest?" Vanessa asked, frustration edging her voice. "A different battlefield," Sophia replied simply. "One where Frank's preparations may be less comprehensive and your chances of favorable outcomes improve." She turned her tablet toward them, displaying a strategy document with multiple phases outlined. "Frank has controlled this conflict by keeping it primarily within business and financial domains where his preparations give him overwhelming advantage. My recommendation is to shift the narrative to areas where different standards of evidence and persuasion apply." "Meaning what exactly?" Doug asked. "A public and legal strategy focusing on Frank's mental and emotional stability," Sophia explained. "Military veterans with high-stress careers in positions of significant responsibility have documented vulnerability to psychological issues, PTSD, paranoia, substance dependencies to manage stress, and sleep disruption from international travel." Vanessa frowned. "You want us to claim Frank is mentally unstable?" "Not claim. Established through medical and behavioral evidence," Sophia corrected. "His actions, the elaborate surveillance, the obsessive planning, the disproportionate retaliation, can be characterized as symptoms of deteriorating psychological health rather than rational business decisions. And the benefit of this approach? Doug pressed. Multiple. Sophia counted on manicured fingers. First, it creates a legal framework for challenging his control of patents and company assets based on diminished capacity. Second, it generates public sympathy and recasts you as concerned colleagues rather than adversaries. Third, it potentially triggers mandatory psychological evaluation under terms of government contracts, creating leverage for negotiation. He'll fight back, Vanessa said, already seeing the risks. And he has actual evidence of our actions, while we be building a circumstantial case about his mental state. Of course he'll fight, Sophia agreed. But unlike financial or technical domains where evidence is binary and objective, psychological evaluation involves subjective professional judgment. The goal isn't to prove he's unstable beyond doubt. It's to create sufficient question that authorities, clients, and courts feel compelled to investigate before allowing him to maintain control of security systems with national implications. Doug was nodding, warming to the approach. It's the one vulnerability he can't fully prepare for. Even Frank can't prove he's mentally stable through documents or technical measures. Vanessa remained hesitant. The ethics of this strategy are irrelevant at this stage, Sophia interrupted bluntly. You're fighting for professional survival against an opponent who has demonstrated willingness to use any available measure against you. Ethical reservations are a luxury you can no longer afford. The attorney slid a formal representation agreement across the desk. My retainer is $500,000 with a structured contingency based on outcomes achieved. I understand your financial constraints, so I'm willing to accept a down payment of $100,000 with the balance due once assets become accessible again. Doug reached for the agreement without hesitation. When can we begin? Immediately, Sophia replied. My team has already prepared preliminary documentation based on publicly available information about Frank's military service and subsequent career. We'll need additional details from you both. Observed behaviors, medication usage, stress responses, anything suggesting deterioration of judgment or stability. As Doug began providing information, Vanessa found herself strangely reluctant. Using Frank's military service against him seemed a betrayal beyond the personal and professional lines they had already crossed. But as Sophia had said, options were limited and survival took priority. The strategy unfolded, Sophia had promised. First came carefully placed stories in business publications questioning Sentinel's leadership stability amid unusual corporate behaviors. Then medical experts offering general commentary about high-stress executive positions and their psychological toll, particularly on those with military backgrounds. By the third day, major news outlets had picked up the narrative, with headlines asking pointed questions, Sentinel CEO's erratic decisions, business strategy or warning sign, and military trauma and corporate leadership, when PTSD affects decision-making. Doug embraced the campaign enthusiastically, providing background interviews that painted Frank as a dedicated but increasingly unstable leader whose obsession with security had transformed into paranoia. Vanessa participated more selectively, positioning herself as concerned about her husband's well-being while emphasizing the company's need for stable leadership. The public response was mixed but trending in their favor. Financial analysts began suggesting that leadership uncertainty rather than fundamental business issues might be behind Sentinel's troubles. Several veterans organizations reached out with offers of assistance for Frank, lending credibility to the narrative of a struggling military veteran. The groundwork is established, Sophia reported during their daily strategy call. Now we move to Phase 2, formal filing of concerned documentation with relevant oversight bodies. What does that entail? Vanessa asked. Legal notifications to the board, government contracting offices, and security clearance authorities, Sophia explained. Formally expressing concern about Frank's decision-making capacity and requesting evaluation before further classified access or contract administration is permitted. And if they investigate and find nothing wrong? Doug asked. Investigations take time, Sophia replied with a thin smile, during which Frank's authority will be restricted, giving us opportunity to strengthen our position. And psychological evaluations are rarely definitive. There's always room for interpretation and follow-up assessment. The filings went out that afternoon, dozens of formal letters to agencies and organizations with connections to Sentinel's operations. By evening, the strategy seemed to be gaining traction. Several government contacts had acknowledged receipt and indicated standard review protocols would be implemented. Then everything changed. It began with a statement from the Veterans Coalition for Truth, a respected organization of former military officials, denouncing what they called shameful exploitation of PTSD narratives for corporate gain. Their press release included service records and commendations documenting Frank's exemplary military career and subsequent support for veterans' causes. By morning, other veterans groups had joined the response, creating a counter-narrative that characterized the accusations as cynical manipulation of mental health stigmas. Former commanding officers provided statements attesting to Frank's stability and integrity, while military psychologists criticized the armchair diagnosis being promoted in the media. This is coordinated, Vanessa realized, watching the coverage spiral beyond their control. Frank anticipated this move. He's been preparing longer than we realized, Doug agreed grimly. Probably built relationships with these organizations years ago, knowing they could be valuable someday. Their phones rang simultaneously, Sophia calling an emergency strategy session. When they arrived at her office, the attorney was uncharacteristically agitated, pacing behind her desk with a tablet clutched in one hand. "We have a problem," she announced without preamble. The counter-response is more organized and credible than anticipated. And there's more. She handed the tablet to Vanessa. This arrived an hour ago. The screen displayed a formal letter from the Massachusetts Bar Association, indicating that an ethics complaint had been filed against Sophia Winters for knowingly participating in the dissemination of false information about an individual's mental health for tactical advantage in ongoing litigation. "He's targeting you now," Vanessa said, looking up from the document. "This is a warning shot," Sophia agreed, "and a sophisticated one. The complaint won't stick, but it will require response and documentation, potentially exposing our strategy discussions to scrutiny." "So we back off this approach?" Doug asked. "We adjust," Sophia replied, regaining her composure. "Less emphasis on specific mental health claims, more on general questions of judgment and proportionality. And we accelerate the timeline for direct engagement." "What does that mean?" Vanessa pressed. "It means Frank is signaling readiness for the next phase," Sophia explained. "He's demonstrated his defensive capabilities and is now inviting escalation or negotiation. The question is which path you prefer." Before either could respond, Doug's phone chimed with a news alert. He checked it and swore softly. "Turn on the financial news," he instructed, pointing to the large screen on Sophia's wall. The screen illuminated to show a business reporter standing outside Sentinel headquarters, her expression serious as she delivered breaking news. Multiple sources confirm that Sentinel Solutions, the security technology firm at the center of recent controversies, has received a formal acquisition offer from rival firm TerraGuard Systems. The all-cash proposal values Sentinel at approximately 60% of its pre-crisis market value, a significant discount reflecting the company's ongoing operational and leadership challenges. "TerraGuard is our biggest competitor," Vanessa explained for Sophia's benefit. "They've been trying to access our technology for years." "This isn't a serious acquisition attempt," Doug added. "It's another move in Frank's game, designed to establish a public valuation floor that highlights how much the company has deteriorated under our management." Sophia processed this new development. Either way, it changes the dynamic. Third-party interest creates both pressure and opportunity. If nothing else, it suggests Frank may be positioning for resolution rather than continued conflict. "What are you suggesting?" Vanessa asked. "That it may be time for direct communication," Sophia replied. "On neutral ground, with clear parameters. Not to surrender, but to assess possible paths forward that serve all parties' interests." Doug shook his head vehemently. "Negotiating now would be admitting defeat. We're just starting to gain traction with the strategy is failing," Vanessa interrupted, clarity suddenly breaking through weeks of reactive scrambling. Frank has outmaneuvered us at every turn. The company is hemorrhaging value daily. We need to consider alternatives before there's nothing left to fight over. So we just give up? Doug demanded. After everything we've done, everything we've risked? Not give up, Vanessa corrected. Adapt. If Frank is signaling openness to discussion, we should explore it. The alternative is continued mutual destruction with decreasing leverage on our side. Doug stared at her, betrayal clear in his expression. I thought we were partners in this. We are, Vanessa assured him. But partners adjust strategy when circumstances change. The objective remains the same, surviving this with our futures intact. The path may need to be different than we originally planned. The message to Frank was brief and direct. A request for private meeting, neutral location, no attorneys present. Vanessa wasn't sure he would respond, or even receive it, given how thoroughly he had isolated himself from conventional communication channels. The reply came within hours, not from Frank directly, but through Gerald Blackwood, his attorney. Mr. Donovan will meet tomorrow evening, 8 p.m., at Rossetti's restaurant. The establishment will be closed to other patrons for privacy. Mr. and Mrs. Donovan may each bring one associate, if desired. Rossetti's was an elegant Italian restaurant in the financial district, a frequent setting for business dinners during Sentinel's early days. The choice seemed deliberately symbolic, evoking memories of more collaborative times. It's a trap, Doug insisted when Vanessa shared the arrangement. He wants us both in one location with minimal security. For what purpose? Vanessa countered. If Frank wanted to harm us physically, he's had ample opportunity. This is about resolution, not escalation. You don't know that, Doug argued. My brother holds grudges. This whole elaborate scheme proves that. What if this meeting is just another part of his plan? Then we discover his true intentions, Vanessa said firmly. Either way, it's progress from this stalemate that's destroying everything we've built. In the end, they agreed to attend together, with Sophia Winters as their associate. The attorney advised bringing a comprehensive settlement proposal outlining terms they could accept for various resolution scenarios. Be prepared for anything, she cautioned during their preparation session. Frank has consistently demonstrated strategic thinking several moves ahead of conventional expectations. Whatever he offers will likely contain layers of implications beyond the obvious terms. The following evening found them arriving at Rossetti's to find a restaurant eerily quiet. No valets, no hosts, no visible staff at all. The main doors opened as they approached, though no one appeared to operate them. The interior was dimly lit, tables empty except for one in the center of the main dining room. A single figure sat waiting, his back to them as they entered. Frank, he turned as they approached, his expression neutral, revealing nothing of his thoughts as they took seats opposite him. No one else was visible in the restaurant. No attorney, no associate, no staff. Thank you for coming, Frank said, his voice as controlled as his expression. Vanessa studied her husband, searching for signs of the man she had married amid this carefully composed exterior. 5 years together, and suddenly he seemed a stranger, calculating, impenetrable, dangerous in his quietness. Your message indicated openness to discussion, she replied, keeping her tone professional. We're here to explore potential resolutions that might benefit all parties. Frank nodded slightly. Before we begin, I should clarify something. I'm aware of the strategy you've been pursuing regarding my mental health. The veterans groups responded independently, but with information I provided months ago in anticipation of this exact approach. Doug shifted uncomfortably. If you anticipated everything so perfectly, why agree to this meeting? What's your purpose here? To offer an alternative to mutual destruction, Frank replied simply. Sentinel Solutions represents years of innovation and development. Allowing it to collapse serves no one's interests, not mine, not yours, not the clients who depend on our technology. What exactly are you proposing? Sophia asked, speaking for the first time. Frank turned his attention to the attorney, assessing her briefly before responding. A structured separation. I retain ownership and implementation rights to the core patents. Sentinel continues as an operational entity under modified management. Both parties agreed to cease all current and contemplated legal and public relations actions against the other. And what happens to us in this scenario? Doug demanded. You receive financial separation packages proportionate to your contributions to the company, Frank explained. Not the controlling interest you attempted to secure, but sufficient resources to pursue other opportunities without the overhang of potential legal consequences for your actions these past months. Vanessa recognized the careful structure of his offer, substantial enough to be tempting, limited enough to constitute clear consequences for their betrayal. And the patents? They're central to Sentinel's value. The company would retain implementation licensing for existing applications, Frank clarified. Future development rights would transfer to a new entity under my control. Sentinel would effectively become an operational implementation partner rather than an innovation center. You're gutting the company while pretending to save it, Doug accused. I'm offering a viable future for an enterprise that currently has none, Frank countered, his composure unwavering. The alternative is continued conflict until nothing remains worth claiming. Sophia leaned forward. What assurances can you provide regarding the federal investigations currently underway? Those have implications beyond corporate control. If we reach agreement tonight, those investigations will narrow to focus solely on actual security breaches rather than broader organizational concerns, Frank replied. Penalties would be administrative rather than criminal, affecting the company rather than individuals. You can't promise that, Doug scoffed. Federal agencies don't take direction from private citizens. They do consider context and cooperation when determining investigative scope, Frank said mildly, particularly when the original complainant provides additional information contextualizing initial reports. The implication was clear. Frank could influence the direction and severity of the investigations he had triggered, at least to some degree. It was both incentive and threat, carefully balanced. We need time to consider your proposal, Vanessa said, recognizing the complexity of what Frank was offering, and to review specific terms. Of course. Frank placed a sealed envelope on the table. The complete proposal is detailed here, including financial terms and implementation timeline. You have 24 hours to respond. That's not enough time for proper legal review, Sophia protested. It's the time available, Frank replied without apology. Events are in motion that cannot be indefinitely paused. 24 hours is the window before certain actions become irreversible. Doug stared at his half-brother, frustration evident in his tense posture. This isn't negotiation. It's dictation of terms. It's reality, Frank corrected. You attempted to take everything from me through deception and manipulation. I responded by demonstrating the actual balance of power between us. Now I'm offering limited reconciliation rather than complete destruction. The choice is yours. As they prepared to leave, Vanessa paused, a final question pushing to the surface. Why offer anything at all? You've proven you can destroy us completely. Why allow any recovery? Frank considered her question, something flickering beneath his controlled expression. Perhaps regret, perhaps simply calculation. Because total victory often creates more problems than it solves, he said finally. And because despite everything, Sentinel represents something worth preserving, even in diminished form. The explanation felt incomplete, but Vanessa recognized it was all they would receive. As they departed, she glanced back to see Frank still seated at the table, solitary and watchful. A man who had predicted and prepared for every move in a game his opponents hadn't realized they were playing. The discussion in Sophia's office lasted well past midnight, analysis of Frank's proposal revealing layers of implications and consequences that required careful consideration. The financial terms were more generous than expected, but the constraints on future activities were comprehensive and binding. It's a golden cage, Doug argued, pacing the conference room. Enough money to live comfortably, but professional restrictions that prevent us from competing against him in any meaningful way. It's an exit with dignity, Vanessa countered, which is more than we deserve after what we attempted. So you're just giving up? Doug demanded. Accepting his terms, and walking away from everything we built? I'm recognizing reality, Vanessa replied, fatigue evident in her voice. The company is paralyzed, our resources exhausted, our reputation damaged. This offer provides a path forward for everyone, including Sentinel's employees and clients who are innocent casualties in our power struggle. There's another option, Doug said, lowering his voice despite the privacy of their location. DeMarco's funds give us a brief window to launch one final counteroffensive. A direct challenge to Frank's control of the patents based on company resources used in their development. Sophia shook her head. That approach has minimal chance of success given the documentation Frank has assembled, and attempting it would likely trigger the irreversible actions he referenced. Which are what exactly? Doug pressed. More financial pressure? Additional legal maneuvers? He's already deployed his most effective weapons. Has he? Vanessa asked quietly. Frank built contingency upon contingency. We have no idea what final measures he may have prepared if pushed beyond this point. The debate continued in circles, options examined and discarded, risks weighed against increasingly limited potential rewards. By dawn, exhaustion had settled over the room, along with the growing recognition that Frank's offer represented their least damaging available path. We accept the core terms, Vanessa decided finally, but propose modifications to the non-compete restrictions and request clarification on the federal investigation limitations. He won't agree to substantive changes, Doug predicted bitterly. Perhaps not, Sophia acknowledged. But professional negotiation requires good faith counterproposals, even in disadvantageous positions. As the attorney began drafting their response, Vanessa pulled Doug aside. This isn't surrender, she assured him quietly. It's strategic retreat. We preserve resources, reputation, and future options. It feels like surrender, Doug muttered. After everything we risked, everything we lost, Vanessa interrupted bluntly. Frank outplayed us at every turn. Accepting that reality isn't weakness. It's the prerequisite for rebuilding. Doug studied her face, searching for something, solidarity, perhaps, or shared resentment. Finding neither, he turned away. I need to make a call, he said, heading for the privacy of an adjacent office. Vanessa watched him go, concern growing as she recognized the desperate calculation in his expression. Doug had always been impulsive, making decisions based on emotion rather than strategic assessment. It was what had drawn him into gambling, into failed business ventures, into the ill-fated attempt to seize control of Sentinel. And now, with everything collapsing around them, that same impulsiveness might lead him to reject the one viable path forward that remained. Her suspicion was confirmed when Doug returned 30 minutes later, a renewed energy in his movements that suggested decision rather than acceptance. We need to reconsider, he announced. I've been in touch with potential investors who see opportunity in Sentinel's situation. With the right legal strategy, we could challenge Frank's patent control and... No, Vanessa interrupted firmly. No more schemes, no more gambles, no more self-deception. We accept Frank's offer with minimal modifications, salvage what we can, and move forward. Doug stared at her in disbelief. You're abandoning me? After everything? I'm preventing further self-destruction, Vanessa corrected. For both of us. Whatever investors you've spoken with, DeMarco or others, they're exploiting desperation, not offering genuine partnership. You don't know that, Doug insisted. You haven't even heard the details. I don't need to, Vanessa replied. I've seen this pattern before. It's what brought us to this point. The belief that one more risk, one more maneuver would solve all problems. It hasn't worked yet, and it won't work now. The argument continued, growing increasingly heated until Sophia intervened, professional calm cutting through their emotional confrontation. The response needs to be submitted within 4 hours to meet Frank's deadline, she reminded them. You need to decide, jointly or separately, how to proceed. Silence fell as the ultimatum registered. After a long moment, Vanessa straightened her shoulders, decision made. I'm accepting Frank's offer, she said clearly. If Doug chooses another path, that's his decision. But I won't continue this destructive cycle. Doug's expression hardened, betrayal giving way to cold determination. Then we proceed separately. You take the surrender option. I'll pursue alternatives. Think carefully, Sophia cautioned. Frank's offer may be contingent on joint acceptance. Diverging now could invalidate the entire proposal. That's a risk I'm willing to take, Doug replied, gathering his things. Unlike some people, I'm not ready to give up everything we've worked for. As he stormed out, Vanessa felt a complex mixture of emotions. Concern for Doug's self-destructive choice, relief at her own decision to step off the escalating conflict spiral, and lingering sadness at the wreckage of relationships and enterprises that had once held such promise. Will Frank's offer still stand if Doug rejects it? She asked Sophia quietly. Possibly, in modified form, the attorney speculated. It depends on whether his objective is resolution or complete neutralization of all perceived threats. They spent the remaining hours drafting Vanessa's formal acceptance with minimal proposed modifications. The document acknowledged reality while preserving as much dignity and future flexibility as possible under the circumstances. Just before the deadline, Vanessa's phone rang, a blocked number. She answered cautiously, half expecting Doug with a final attempt at changing her mind. Instead, she heard Frank's measured voice. I understand Doug has decided to pursue alternative strategies, he said without preamble. Does that affect your position on the proposal? The question confirmed what she had suspected. Frank's surveillance remained active, his information network providing real-time updates on their decisions and movements. My acceptance stands, she replied, keeping her voice steady. With the minor modifications Sophia has outlined in our response. Good, Frank said simply. The modified terms are acceptable. The necessary documentation will be delivered within the hour. Vanessa hesitated, then asked the question that had been building since their restaurant meeting. What happens to Doug now? That depends on his choices in the coming days, Frank replied, his tone revealing nothing. The offer remains open to him for 24 additional hours. After that, events will proceed according to their own logic. The implicit warning was clear. Doug's rejection of negotiated settlement would trigger whatever final countermeasures Frank had prepared, consequences potentially far more severe than the controlled separation he had offered. I'll try to convince him, Vanessa said, surprising herself with her concern for a man who had been both her lover and co-conspirator in betrayal. Your influence may be limited at this point, Frank observed. Doug has always made decisions based on emotion rather than calculation. It's what made him vulnerable to manipulation, yours and mine. The statement hung between them, laden with unspoken truths about the triangular relationship that had collapsed under the weight of ambition and deception. As the call ended, Vanessa sat motionless, absorbing the reality of what had transpired. The conflict was concluding, not with the triumphant takeover she and Doug had planned, but with negotiated surrender on terms dictated by the man they had tried to destroy. Frank had won, comprehensively, ruthlessly, and yet, in victory, he had offered terms that allowed for recovery rather than complete destruction. Whether that reflected strategic calculation or some lingering attachment, Vanessa couldn't determine. What remained clear was that the game had fundamentally changed. Frank was proceeding to the next phase of whatever grand strategy he had designed, leaving Vanessa to rebuild from the ruins of her former ambitions, while Doug continued his desperate resistance against increasingly impossible odds. As she signed the final acceptance documents, Vanessa found herself wondering if Frank had anticipated even this outcome. The fracturing of their alliance, her pragmatic surrender, Doug's continued defiance. Had he planned separate paths for each of them, predicted their divergent responses to pressure? The thought was both disturbing and oddly reassuring. Frank's meticulous planning had destroyed their scheme, but that same thoroughness now offered her a structured path forward, bounded but viable. What she couldn't know, as she affixed her signature to the agreement, was that Frank's game remained incomplete. The moves visible thus far, the financial pressure, the technical sabotage, the legal maneuvers, were merely the opening phase of a more comprehensive strategy whose full dimensions were yet to be revealed. Doug's phone rang as he sat in DeMarco's waiting room, preparing to finalize arrangements for additional funding to fight Frank's offer. The screen showed unknown caller, but he answered anyway, desperate for any potential support. "Hello, brother." Frank's voice came through clearly. "I understand you've decided to decline my generous proposal." Doug felt a chill despite the office's warmth. "How did you never mind?" "Yes, I'm pursuing alternatives to your attempt at corporate extortion." "Unwise," Frank replied mildly, "but not unexpected. You've never recognized when to accept a strategic retreat. Is there a point to this call?" Doug demanded, "or just more threats wrapped in condescension?" "Information," Frank said, "in the interest of informed decision-making. DeMarco isn't what he appears to be. The organization you're currently sitting in has experienced significant ownership changes recently, changes that might affect your financing arrangements." Doug glanced around nervously. "What are you talking about?" "Due diligence, Doug. It's a principle you've never embraced. Who owns the debt you're about to take on matters as much as its terms?" Before Doug could respond, DeMarco's assistant appeared, gesturing for him to enter the inner office. "I have to go," he told Frank, ending the call despite the nagging uncertainty his half-brother's warning had planted. DeMarco greeted him with the same predatory smile as before, documents already prepared on his desk. "All set for the additional funding? $3 million as discussed. Same terms as our previous arrangement." Doug hesitated, Frank's cryptic warning echoing in his mind. "Before we proceed, I'd like clarification on something. The ultimate ownership of this debt, it remains with you directly." DeMarco's smile didn't waver. "Financial instruments change hands in our business, Mr. Donovan. The important thing is that the terms remain constant regardless of who holds the paper." "That's not really an answer," Doug pressed. "It's the only one you're getting," DeMarco replied, his tone hardening slightly. "Now, shall we proceed with the transaction, or would you prefer to seek financing elsewhere? Though I suspect your options are rather limited at this juncture." Doug stared at the documents, indecision paralyzing him momentarily. Frank's warnings suggested a trap, but without this funding, his ability to challenge Frank's patent control would evaporate completely. It was another gamble, potentially ruinous, but the only path that offered any chance of recovery. "Let's proceed," he said finally, reaching for the pen. As he signed, DeMarco's phone buzzed with an incoming message. The loan shark checked it and smiled, a genuine expression of satisfaction rather than his usual calculated display. "Congratulations, Mr. Donovan," he said, returning the phone to his pocket. "The funds will be transferred immediately. You have exactly 30 days to repay in full. I suggest you use them wisely." Outside in his car, Doug called the contact who had promised support for his patent challenge, only to reach a disconnected number. His next 3 calls to potential allies yielded similar results: sudden unavailability, unexpected concerns, retracted commitments. The pattern was unmistakable. Frank had somehow neutralized his support network even before he had fully assembled it, which meant the borrowed funds from DeMarco now represented not opportunity, but potential disaster, debt without the means to leverage it effectively. As the realization settled over him, Doug's phone chimed with an incoming text message from an unknown number. They took the bait. Proceed with Phase 2. The message wasn't meant for him, he realized with growing horror. It had been sent in error or deliberately to show him what he had refused to accept. Frank wasn't just responding to their moves. He was orchestrating the entire conflict according to a design established long before Doug and Vanessa had made their first move. DeMarco's unusual confidence, the precise terms of the loan, the 30-day deadline, all elements of whatever Phase 2 represented in Frank's grand strategy. Somehow, his half-brother had manipulated him into deepening his financial jeopardy even as all escape routes were systematically closed. Doug stared at the message, its implications expanding with each passing second. The baited trap wasn't Frank's settlement offer. It was the apparent opportunity to fight that offer, the illusion of alternative paths that would lead inevitably to whatever final reckoning Frank had designed. For the first time, Doug felt true fear beyond the situational panic of recent weeks. Fear born of the recognition that he wasn't just losing a corporate conflict. He was being maneuvered into position for something far more personal and potentially devastating. Vanessa had recognized the reality and adapted accordingly, accepting Frank's terms as the least damaging available path. Doug had rejected that pragmatism, clinging to increasingly desperate countermeasures that now appeared to be exactly what Frank had anticipated and prepared for. The game continued, but its true nature was only now becoming clear. Not a battle for corporate control or financial dominance, but something deeper and more primal. A reckoning whose full dimensions remained hidden, advancing inexorably toward whatever conclusion Frank had designed long before the first move was made. Chapter 7. The trap closes. He's giving us a chance to save everything, Vanessa explained, spreading the patent valuation documents across the conference table in William Hargrove's sleek downtown office. The patents are the heart of Sentinel. With them, we can rebuild despite everything that's happened. The venture capitalist studied the papers with practiced attention, his silver hair and tailored navy suit projecting the confidence of a man accustomed to making eight-figure decisions over breakfast. At 62, Hargrove had a reputation for spotting undervalued assets in crisis situations and for driving ruthless bargains when acquiring them. Frank is willing to sell his patents for 40% of market valuation. Hargrove's voice held a note of skepticism. That seems unusually generous, given the circumstances you've described. Doug paced near the window, unable to contain his nervous energy. It's not generosity, it's pragmatism. He knows the patents are worthless without the company infrastructure to implement them. This gives him a clean exit while leaving us the operational assets. Perhaps, Hargrove replied, removing his reading glasses. Still, when a sophisticated adversary suddenly offers favorable terms after a sustained campaign of pressure, prudence suggests examining the offer carefully. We've examined it, Doug insisted. Our attorneys have reviewed every clause. The patents transfer cleanly, with full implementation rights. No hidden restrictions, no ongoing obligations to Frank. Vanessa noted Hargrove's continued hesitation. Time is critical, Mr. Hargrove. Frank's offer expires in 48 hours. Without these patents, Sentinel's value drops by 70%, making recovery nearly impossible. Hargrove nodded, decision apparently made. Very well. VC partners will provide the $18 million for the patent acquisition, structured as convertible debt with option for 25% equity position based on recovery milestones. 15% equity, Vanessa countered automatically. 20, Hargrove replied with a thin smile. Given the risk profile, anything less would be imprudent. He extended his hand. Do we have an agreement in principle? Vanessa glanced at Doug, who nodded impatiently. We do, she confirmed, shaking Hargrove's hand. Our attorneys will coordinate with yours to finalize documentation before tomorrow's signing meeting. As they gathered their materials, Hargrove asked an unexpected question. How much do you know about my background, Ms. Palmer? The use of her maiden name startled Vanessa. Few people referenced it since her marriage to Frank. Standard due diligence, she replied. Former military, successful transitions to private equity, strong returns for investors across multiple sectors. Adequate research, Hargrove acknowledged, though perhaps not comprehensive enough in certain areas. Something to consider for future partnerships. The cryptic comment lingered in Vanessa's mind as they left the building, but the relief of securing financing pushed it aside. For the first time since Frank's counteroffensive began, they had a clear path forward: acquire the patents, stabilize client relationships, and gradually rebuild Sentinel's operations. I don't trust him, Doug muttered as they entered the car. Hargrove was too eager once he made up his mind. Venture capitalists that's successful don't make $18 million decisions in 30-minute meetings. He's done his homework, Vanessa replied. Sentinel's situation has been public knowledge for weeks. Hargrove specializes in distressed tech assets. We're exactly the type of opportunity he looks for. Doug didn't seem convinced, but let the matter drop. What matters is we have the funding. By this time tomorrow, the patents will be ours, and Frank will be irrelevant to Sentinel's future. The signing ceremony was arranged at Sentinel's headquarters. Frank's suggestion, communicated through his attorney. The location choice surprised Vanessa, given how thoroughly they had been excluded from the building during recent weeks. But access had been restored the previous day, with security protocols recognizing their credentials once again. The executive conference room felt eerily untouched, as if the turbulence of recent events had somehow bypassed this particular space. Fresh flowers sat in the center of the polished table, water glasses sparkled at each place setting, and the wall screens displayed Sentinel's logo in a slow rotation that suggested business as usual. Quite the stage setting, Gerald Blackwood observed as he arranged documents at one end of the table. Frank's attorney had arrived early to prepare, his manner professionally cordial despite representing the opposing side in weeks of bitter conflict. "Where's Frank?" Doug demanded, checking his watch. The scheduled time had arrived, but his half-brother was nowhere to be seen. "He'll join shortly," Gerald assured them, along with the other party representatives. Vanessa glanced at their own legal team. 3 attorneys from Boston's most prestigious firm, hired at considerable expense to ensure the patent transfer proceeded without complications. Their expressions reflected confidence in the proceedings, unaware of the desperate gamble this transaction represented for their clients. William Hargrove arrived precisely on time, accompanied by 2 associates carrying identical leather portfolios. He greeted Vanessa and Doug with polite nods before taking a seat opposite them. The fund had been transferred to the escrow account, he informed them, available for release upon completion of documentation and verification procedures. The conference room door opened again, and Frank entered. He wore a charcoal suit that Vanessa recognized, one she had selected for him on their 3rd anniversary, and moved she remembered from their first meeting at the charity gala years ago. "Thank you all for coming," he said, taking a seat at the head of the table. His gaze passed over Vanessa and Doug without lingering, focusing instead on the documents arranged before Gerald. The proceedings moved with efficient formality: introductions, overview of terms, explanation of execution procedures. Vanessa found herself watching Frank, searching for signs of reluctance or regret in his expression as he prepared to sign away the patents that represented years of innovation and development. His face revealed nothing beyond professional attention to the task at hand. "Before we proceed to signatures," Gerald announced, "Mr. Donovan would like to address a point of clarification regarding implementation rights and future development." Frank nodded, turning to the assembled group. "The patents transfer with full current implementation rights for all existing Sentinel products and services. However, I want to be transparent about my intentions. I'll be establishing a new research entity focused on next-generation security applications, operating in adjacent but non-competitive spaces." "That wasn't disclosed in the preliminary agreement," Vanessa's lead attorney objected. "Potential competitive restriction should have been noted." "It's not a restriction," Frank clarified. "Merely information about future plans that have no bearing on the assets being transferred today. Sentinel retains all rights specified in the documentation." Hargrove cleared his throat. "As the financing partner in this transaction, VC Partners is satisfied with the terms as presented. We see no conflict with Mr. Donovan's stated intentions." The signing proceeded, multiple copies circulating around the table as each party applied signatures and initials to designated spaces. The atmosphere remained tensely formal, the magnitude of the transaction evident in the careful precision with which each document was handled and verified. When the final signature was applied, Gerald gathered the executed copies for distribution. "Congratulations to all parties," he said. "The patent transfer is now complete. I'll inform the escrow agent to release funds according to the agreed schedule." Something in his tone, a subtle note of finality beyond the normal conclusion of a business transaction, caught Vanessa's attention. She glanced at Doug, who had relaxed visibly with the signing's completion, then at Hargrove, whose expression held an unfamiliar intensity as he watched Frank. With formalities concluded, Frank said, standing, "I believe Mr. Hargrove has an announcement regarding VC Partners' involvement going forward." William Hargrove rose, straightening his already impeccable jacket. "Indeed, now that the patent transfer is complete, I should clarify my firm's position in this arrangement. He turned to Vanessa and Doug. VC partners will be assuming controlling interest in Sentinel Solutions, effective immediately, with Mr. Donovan serving as strategic advisor during the transition period. What? Doug's voice cracked with shock. That wasn't the agreement. You're providing financing for 20% equity, nothing more. I believe if you review Section 7.3 of the funding documentation, Hargrove replied calmly, you'll find that upon completion of the patent transfer, VC Partners has option rights for majority control under the distressed company provisions. Vanessa's attorneys scrambled to locate the referenced section, flipping urgently through the substantial documents they had reviewed just days earlier. This is impossible, Vanessa said, fighting to maintain composure. We went through every clause, every provision. Perhaps not thoroughly enough, Hargrove suggested. Though in fairness, the provision was structured to activate only upon specific convergence of conditions that occurred. He checked his watch approximately 4 minutes ago. The lead attorney looked up from the document, face pale. There is such a provision, but it's buried in the cross-references between 3 different sections. It would have required specialized regulatory knowledge to identify its implications, which your firm presumably possesses, Hargrove noted. Though I understand recent circumstances may have necessitated a more expedited review than would normally be prudent. Doug lunged halfway across the table. This is a setup. You're working with him. He jabbed a finger toward Frank, who remained impassively seated. A more accurate characterization, Hargrove replied, unmoved by the outburst, would be that I've known Colonel Donovan for 27 years since he served under my command in specialized operations. When he approached me about this transaction, I recognized its strategic elegance immediately. The revelation hit Vanessa with physical force. Hargrove wasn't a neutral financial partner. He was part of Frank's military network, another piece positioned precisely in a game whose dimensions they were only now beginning to comprehend. The patents, she said quietly, turning to Frank. You sold them at a discount to your own ally, who now controls the company we were trying to save. Frank nodded once. The patents remain with Sentinel, as promised. The question of who controls Sentinel, however, was never specified in our agreement. Vanessa's attorneys were in disarray, conferring urgently among themselves while reviewing multiple sections of the documentation. Their confusion confirmed what she already knew. They had been outmaneuvered not just financially and operationally, but legally as well. This won't stand, Doug declared, though his voice lacked conviction. We'll challenge it in court immediately. You're welcome to pursue that option, Gerald interjected smoothly. Though I should mention that as of 90 minutes ago, federal investigators received documentation regarding unauthorized access to classified materials related to the Gibraltar project. The evidence specifically identifies Douglas Donovan using misappropriated security credentials to view restricted specifications. Doug's face drained of color. That's fabricated. I never had access to those systems. The access logs and surveillance footage suggest otherwise, Gerald replied. The Justice Department takes national security violations quite seriously, particularly when they involve defense contracts. I imagine their investigation will take precedence over any civil disputes regarding corporate control. The systematic destruction of their position, from patent control to company ownership to personal legal jeopardy, unfolded that left Vanessa momentarily speechless. Each element had been prepared in advance. Contingencies anticipated, responses planned for any possible reaction. There is one more matter requiring immediate attention, Hargrove announced, checking his phone. Our security team has completed their review of company assets and identified certain discrepancies that should be addressed before proceedings conclude. At his gesture, Carlos Rodriguez entered the conference room carrying a secure tablet, which he placed before Hargrove without acknowledging his former executives. Thank you, Chief Rodriguez, Hargrove said. Your cooperation throughout this transition has been exemplary. Carlos, too, had been part of the plan, Vanessa realized. Frank's network within Sentinel had been more extensive than they had ever suspected. It appears, Hargrove continued, reviewing the tablet, that certain proprietary technology components have been removed from secure storage within the past 48 hours. Components whose value exceeds $7 million and which are subject to export control regulations. Doug shifted uncomfortably. Standard backup procedure. Critical components secured during corporate transition to prevent loss. Their current location? Hargrove inquired. Secure storage, Doug replied vaguely. I can arrange retrieval once operational protocols are clarified. Hargrove nodded as if the answer confirmed something. I see. Well, that matter can be addressed through appropriate channels. He turned to Vanessa. There's also the question of certain personal assets apparently removed from company premises during the same period. What personal assets? Vanessa asked, though she suspected what was coming. Jewelry listed on the company's insurance policy, Hargrove specified. Items supposedly secured in your private safe, with declared value of approximately $3.5 million. My personal jewelry has nothing to do with this transaction, Vanessa said firmly. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, Hargrove replied. However, items purchased with corporate funds or declared as corporate assets for insurance purposes fall within the scope of our asset verification process. Frank spoke for the first time since the ownership revelation. Vanessa, the items you're thinking of aren't in your safe. They haven't been for some time. A cold realization spread through her. What are you saying? The jewelry in your safe consists of high-quality replicas, Frank explained. The originals were sold through a private broker approximately 4 months ago. The proceeds were placed in accounts outside the reach of corporate entanglements or matrimonial claims. You sold my jewelry? The personal violation of this act struck deeper than the corporate maneuvering. Those pieces were gifts, anniversary presents. Purchased with company funds, Frank corrected gently, and documented as business assets for entertainment and client relations purposes. Your habit of mixing personal and corporate resources created certain vulnerabilities I felt prudent to address before our situation deteriorated. The foresight, selling her jewelry months before any overt conflict, replacing them with replicas she hadn't noticed despite wearing them, revealed yet another dimension of Frank's preparations. He hadn't just anticipated their betrayal. He had been actively preparing countermeasures while still living as her husband, sharing their home, maintaining the appearance of normalcy. A commotion in the hallway interrupted the tense exchange. Raised voices approached the conference room, followed by the door bursting open to admit 2 men whose expensive suits couldn't disguise their fundamental menace. Sorry to interrupt your business meeting, the taller man announced without genuine apology. But we have urgent financial matters to discuss with Mr. Donovan. He nodded toward Doug, the younger one. Doug's face registered recognition, followed by panic. Marcus, this isn't the time. I told DeMarco I'd have his payment by the end of the week. Schedule's been accelerated, Marcus replied, moving further into the room despite the attorney's protests. All debt to due immediately. Full amount plus interest. That's impossible, Doug objected. The 30-day term was clearly established. I have documentation. The debt changed hands. Marcus cut him off. New owner, new terms. Effective immediately. Frank stood, addressing the intruders with surprising familiarity. Marcus, I believe we discussed proper procedures for this interaction. The debt collector's demeanor shifted subtly. Colonel, didn't realize you'd be present. DeMarco said to handle this directly with the debtor. And so you have, Frank replied. But perhaps the remaining details could be addressed in a more appropriate setting. Marcus glanced around the room, noting the attorney's discomfort and security personnel who had appeared at the doorway. Fair enough. Mr. Donovan can accompany us to discuss repayment options privately. Doug looked desperately toward Vanessa. I don't have the funds. Not until the company's situation stabilizes and asset allocations are determined. Perhaps I can provide clarification, Frank said, turning to Doug. Your debt to DeMarco was purchased 3 days ago by a holding company called Nemesis Financial. All associated obligations transferred with the sale. Doug stared at his half-brother. You bought my debt? How did you even know about it? I make it my business to understand potential vulnerabilities in my operational environment, Frank replied. Your financial arrangements with Anthony DeMarco represented significant risk to Sentinel's stability and reputation. Acquiring that debt was a prudent risk management decision. So you control that too, Doug said bitterly. Just another lever to manipulate me. Not manipulation, Frank corrected. Consequence management. The debt exists because of choices you made. Its current ownership simply determines how those consequences manifest. Marcus cleared his throat. With respect, Colonel, we still need to address the outstanding balance. DeMarco's instructions were clear regarding collection protocols. Mr. DeMarco no longer has authority in this matter, Frank reminded him. Please wait outside. I'll provide guidance on next steps shortly. After the collectors departed, an uncomfortable silence filled the conference room. The attorneys shifted awkwardly, witnessing personal drama far beyond the professional conflict they had been engaged to navigate. I think, Hargrove suggested diplomatically, that the remaining parties might benefit from a brief recess before addressing next steps. Perhaps 30 minutes to consult with advisors and consider positions? The suggestion broke the tension, allowing the groups to separate. Vanessa retreated with her legal team to a small meeting room down the hall, where they immediately began dissecting the disaster that had unfolded. We have potential claims based on misrepresentation and failure to disclose material relationships, the lead attorney offered, though his tone lacked conviction. Hargrove's connection to Frank should have been disclosed during negotiation. They'll argue we failed to conduct adequate due diligence, another lawyer countered. A simple background check would have revealed their military connection. Vanessa waved off their discussion. We've been outplayed on every level. Legal countermeasures will only drain resources we no longer have while delaying the inevitable. Left momentarily alone when her attorney stepped out to make calls, Vanessa stared at the blank wall, trying to process the comprehensive destruction of everything she had worked for. The patents, the company, her personal assets, Doug's financial independence, all now controlled directly or indirectly by Frank through a network of allies and legal structures she hadn't even known existed. A soft knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. She turned to find Frank standing in the doorway, his expression unreadable. "May I?" he asked, indicating the empty chair opposite her. Vanessa nodded mutely, too exhausted for further resistance. Frank sat, maintaining a careful distance between them. "The legal teams are negotiating severance terms," he said. "You'll be provided with living expenses and a reasonable settlement in exchange for clean separation from all Sentinel entities and operations." "Generous of you," she replied, unable to keep bitterness from her voice. "Practical," he corrected. "Continued conflict serves no one's interests at this point." Was any of it real? The question escaped before she could consider its implications. Us. The company. Any of it. Frank didn't answer immediately, his gaze fixed on some middle distance. "Parts," he said finally, enough to make the rest convincing. The admission hurt more than she expected. "How long have you been planning this?" "Not just the counterattack after we moved against you, the whole thing." "That's a complicated question." "I have nothing but time now," Vanessa observed. Frank studied her, as if weighing what to reveal. The infrastructure for response was established early. Contingency planning is second nature after certain military experiences. The specific countermeasures evolved as I observed patterns developing between you and Doug. "You knew about us before we made any move against you." "Yes." The simple acknowledgement hung between them, laden with unspoken details about surveillance, observation, evidence gathered while maintaining the appearance of an unsuspecting husband. "There's one thing I don't understand," Vanessa said after a moment. "The timing. If you knew what we were planning, why wait? Why allow it to progress to the point of actual betrayal?" "Because response without provable action would have appeared paranoid," Frank explained. "And because certain objectives required your plan to reach execution stage before countermeasures would be most effective." "What objectives?" she pressed. Frank stood, straightening his jacket with the same precise movement she had observed countless times during their marriage. That will become clear soon enough. There's one more thing you should know before rejoining the others. What's that? I never went to Europe, he said simply. The business trip, the meetings, the video conferences from London and Berlin, all managed through proxies and digital manipulation. I remained local throughout, monitoring developments from a location with excellent sight lines to our primary residences. Vanessa felt a chill at the implication. You were watching us? The entire time? Not just watching, Frank corrected. Our home contains features you aren't aware of: access points, observation areas, secure rooms installed during the initial renovation. Design elements I personally supervised while you focused on decorative aspects. The violation of this revelation, that their home had contained hidden spaces from which Frank had observed their most private moments, struck Vanessa with physical force. You built secret passages in our house, like some ridiculous spy movie. Secure access routes, Frank amended. A prudent security measure for someone with my background and connections. They proved useful for purposes beyond their original design. Before she could respond, he turned toward the door. The attorneys will present formal separation terms within the hour. I suggest reviewing them carefully before deciding your next steps. As he left, Vanessa remained frozen in place, absorbing the latest dimension of Frank's deception. Their home, the space she had considered her private domain, even as the company unraveled around them, had never been secure. Frank had been physically present, watching from hidden rooms, gathering evidence, and planning countermoves while she and Doug believed him safely distant in Europe. The comprehensive nature of his preparation, technical, financial, legal, and now physical, left her with the unsettling realization that every aspect of her life for the past several years had potentially been part of a design she was only beginning to comprehend. Whatever game they thought they were playing with Frank, they had been pieces on his board the entire time. And the game, she now understood with chilling clarity, was far from over. Chapter 8. The Unraveling. We need to end this, Doug said, his voice low and intense as he paced the small hotel room that had become their de facto headquarters. 3 days had passed since the disastrous patent signing ceremony. 3 days of watching Frank's trap close around them. Vanessa looked up from her laptop, where she'd been reviewing the increasingly desperate financial reports from their remaining advisors. And what exactly? Frank already controls everything. The company, the patents, your debt, my assets. What's left to fight over? Him, Doug replied, stopping his pacing to face her directly. Frank himself. As long as he's directing this campaign against us, we'll never break free. Never rebuild. Something in his tone, a dangerous edge beyond the frustration and anger of recent weeks, made Vanessa study him more carefully. What are you suggesting? Doug glanced toward the door, then lowered his voice further. We remove him from the equation. Permanently. You're talking about. She couldn't finish the sentence, the implication too extreme to voice aloud. I'm talking about survival, Doug insisted. Frank has destroyed everything we built. He's systematically dismantling our lives piece by piece. This isn't business anymore. It's personal annihilation. There are legal options we haven't exhausted, Vanessa argued, though without conviction. Their attorneys had painted an increasingly bleak picture of potential recourse against Frank's maneuvering. Legal options? Doug laughed bitterly. While Frank controls all the resources, while federal investigations circle closer based on evidence he's feeding them. We're running out of time, Vanessa. She closed her laptop slowly, considering the precipice they stood upon. The desperate measures Doug was suggesting represented a point of no return, a line she had never imagined crossing. Even if I agreed, she said carefully, how would such a thing even be accomplished? Frank's security measures are comprehensive. His awareness of threats practically supernatural. Not by us directly, Doug conceded. We need a professional, someone with skills and connections beyond Frank's immediate surveillance network. The shift to practical discussion of what had seconds ago been unthinkable jarred Vanessa. You've already looked into this, she realized. This isn't a spontaneous suggestion. Doug had the grace to look momentarily uncomfortable. I've made preliminary inquiries through channels unlikely to trace back to us. There's someone with the right background who might be willing to take on the job. A contract killer. Vanessa stated it plainly, forcing both of them to confront the reality of what they were discussing. A specialist in problem resolution, Doug corrected, though the euphemism did nothing to soften the underlying truth. He goes by Victor, former military with specific expertise in making certain types of incidents appear accidental or natural. Vanessa stood, moving away from Doug as if physical distance might provide moral clarity. This is insane. We're talking about murder, Doug, not corporate maneuvering or financial pressure. Actual homicide. And what do you call what Frank's doing to us? Doug demanded. He's destroying our lives. He would use to eliminate a physical target. The only difference is his methods leave breathing victims. The terrible logic of his argument resonated despite her resistance. Frank had indeed orchestrated their professional and personal destruction with meticulous care, leaving them increasingly desperate and isolated. Each day brought new revelations of accounts frozen, allies turned, reputation damaged beyond repair. How much? The question slipped out before she could reconsider. $2 million, Doug replied immediately. Half up front, half upon confirmation. No direct connection to us. Multiple cutouts and proxies for communication and payment. The amount shocked her almost as much as the conversation itself. Where we get that kind of money? Everything we have is frozen or controlled. Doug hesitated before answering, a flicker of unease crossing his face. I've been holding back certain liquid assets. Emergency reserves from before this conflict began. Enough to cover the initial payment. The revelation of hidden resources, funds Doug had apparently concealed from both Frank and her, added another layer of complexity to their already fraught relationship. But under current circumstances, questions about his financial secrecy seemed secondary to the moral decision before them. I need time to think, she said finally. This isn't a decision to make in the heat of desperation. Doug checked his watch, a nervous habit he'd developed since losing access to his phone and other electronic devices that might be compromised. We don't have much time. Victor needs an answer within 24 hours, or he moves on to other opportunities. Then he moves on, Vanessa said firmly. I won't be rushed into a decision of this magnitude, regardless of deadlines. Victor didn't match the image Vanessa had subconsciously formed of a professional killer. The man who met them in an anonymous hotel conference room booked under a corporate pseudonym was unremarkable in almost every way. Medium height, average build, forgettable features arranged in an expression of polite business interest. His charcoal suit could have belonged to any mid-level executive in any company across the city. Thank you for meeting on short notice, he said, voice pitched at that precise midpoint between distinctive and forgettable. I understand you have a particularly challenging situation requiring specialized resolution techniques. 2 days had passed since Doug's initial proposal. 2 days of circular debate, moral wrestling, and ultimately, reluctant pragmatism as Vanessa recognized the corner into which they had been forced. The decision to at least explore the option Doug proposed came not from vindictiveness, but from a cold assessment of survival prospects under current trajectories. Before we discuss specifics, Vanessa began, I need to understand your approach to operational security and risk management. Victor nodded approvingly. A prudent starting point. My services include comprehensive pre-operational assessment, focusing primarily on attribution prevention and outcome certainty. I maintain multiple cutout layers between client and execution, with no direct contact after initial consultation. And success rate? Doug asked, leaning forward intently. 100% completion for accepted contracts, Victor replied without a hint of boasting. I decline engagements where success parameters cannot be guaranteed within acceptable risk tolerances. The clinical detachment of his description, as if discussing corporate merger strategy rather than planned homicide, somehow made the conversation more rather than less disturbing. Vanessa fought to maintain her own professional demeanor despite the surreal nature of the meeting. The target has exceptional security awareness, she noted. Military background, specialized training, and current resources that far exceed our own. Colonel Frank Donovan, Victor confirmed calmly. Former Special Operations, current CEO of Sentinel Solutions. Recently executed complex counter-corporate measures against former partners. He paused, studying their surprised expressions. Basic operational preparation requires target identification and background assessment. The situation between you has created certain informational trails that can be followed by those with appropriate skills. The immediate recognition of Frank by name and apparent knowledge of their recent conflict triggered alarm bells in Vanessa's mind. Either Victor was exceptionally well-informed, or something about this meeting wasn't what it appeared. "You've researched us specifically," she observed, "before we even confirmed the engagement. Preliminary assessment is standard procedure," Victor explained. "It informs pricing, approach, and ultimately, decision to accept or decline the contract." He opened a slim leather portfolio, removing a single page of notes. "Based on initial review, I've identified 3 potential operational approaches with varying risk/success profiles." Doug glanced at Vanessa before responding. "We're interested in the approach with highest success probability, regardless of cost implications." Victor nodded. "In that case, I recommend the progressive medical scenario. The target has an established sleep aid prescription for international travel adjustment. Substitution with a specialized compound would trigger symptoms consistent with stress-induced cardiac event, particularly given his age and high-pressure professional circumstances." "Timing?" Doug asked. "Two-phase approach," Victor specified. "Initial compound introduction to establish baseline medical symptoms, documented through normal healthcare channels. Secondary introduction approximately 3 weeks later to trigger terminal event. The separation creates medical history that supports natural cause finding." The calculated nature of the plan, its deliberate pacing designed specifically to avoid suspicion, made the reality of what they were considering impossible to ignore. This wasn't justified self-defense or heat-of-moment reaction. It was the planned, systematic elimination of a human being who had once been Vanessa's husband and Doug's brother. How soon could this be implemented? Doug pressed, apparently unmoved by the moral implications that were now screaming in Vanessa's consciousness. "Initial phase within 7 days," Victor replied. "Contingent upon advance payment and confirmation of target's current security protocols." "What information do you need from us?" Doug continued. Victor turned a page in his portfolio. "Current residence details, movement patterns, medication specifics, including prescribing physician and pharmacy, and any recent security adjustments implemented since your conflict escalated." The precision of his questions, targeting exactly the information that would be most useful for accessing Frank, added to Vanessa's growing unease. Something about this entire interaction felt wrong, beyond the obvious moral concerns of plotting murder. "We'll need to confirm the arrangement details before proceeding," she interjected, placing a restraining hand on Doug's arm, "including payment structures and timeline verification methods." Of course, Victor agreed smoothly. "I require 50% advance payment in untraceable cryptocurrency, transferred to segregated wallets through multiple routing paths. Balance upon verification of successful outcome, with similar security protocols." He provided additional technical details about the proposed arrangement, each element meticulously structured to prevent connection between them and the planned event. Throughout his explanation, Vanessa found herself watching his hands, his eyes, the subtle shifts in his posture, searching for something beneath the professional veneer that might explain her persistent discomfort. When Victor excused himself briefly to take a call outside the room, Vanessa turned urgently to Doug. "Something's not right about this." "What do you mean?" "He's exactly what we need. Professional, thorough, untraceable." "Too perfect," Vanessa insisted. "He knew Frank's name before we mentioned it. He has details about our conflict that aren't public knowledge. And his questions are targeting precisely the information most useful for accessing Frank's secure environment." Doug frowned. "You think he's working for someone else? Testing us, maybe?" "I don't know," Vanessa admitted. "But rushing into this arrangement feels dangerous in ways beyond the obvious." "We don't have the luxury of delay," Doug reminded her. Frank's news tightens daily. The federal investigation into the classified material access has accelerated. My attorneys say indictment is likely within weeks. Before Vanessa could respond, Victor returned, his manner unchanged. Apologies for the interruption. Shall we continue with operational parameters? The meeting proceeded for another 30 minutes, covering contingencies and communication protocols with the same dispassionate thoroughness Victor had displayed throughout. By the time they concluded, preliminary arrangements had been established for information transfer and initial payment, with execution timeline set to begin the following week. As they exited the hotel separately, another security measure Victor had insisted upon. Vanessa couldn't shake the feeling they had just committed to something far more dangerous than they understood. The plan to eliminate Frank had taken tangible form, transforming from desperate fantasy to structured operation with deadlines and deliverables. And somewhere beneath that transition lurked a persistent doubt she couldn't silence. "He's staying at the Ardsley," Victor reported 3 days later, meeting them in a different hotel across town. Suite 1450, North Tower. Security includes both technical measures and physical personnel, but with exploitable gaps during early morning hours. The information came from Victor's initial surveillance of Frank, conducted after they had provided basic location details and schedule information. The speed with which he had established comprehensive monitoring of a target as security-conscious as Frank impressed even Doug. "You've confirmed his medication usage?" Doug asked. Victor nodded. "Continues prescription sleep aid for international travel adjustment, though usage pattern suggests more psychological dependence than physical necessity. He maintains the same pharmacy relationship established during your marriage." This last observation was directed to Vanessa, another of those details that seemed to reflect greater background knowledge than their briefing had provided. "What about his security team?" Vanessa asked. "Frank works with former military specialists with similar training to his own. 2-person rotation," Victor confirmed. 1 visible, 1 peripheral. Standard protective configuration for high-value asset with active threat assessment. However, their protocols reflect preparation for conventional threats rather than specialized infiltration. He opened his tablet, displaying building schematics for the Ardsley. "Primary access point will be service entrance here, utilizing credential duplication from staff identity captured during reconnaissance. Timing coordinated with shift change to maximize transition coverage gaps." The level of detail and apparent ease with which Victor had penetrated Frank's security measures should have been reassuring. Instead, it deepened Vanessa's unease. Frank was too thorough, too paranoid about security to leave such obvious vulnerabilities. "This seems straightforward," Doug noted, reviewing the plan. "Almost too straightforward given Frank's background. The most effective security often appears intimidating while containing fundamental flaws," Victor explained. "Your brother's arrangements prioritize detection of conventional threats, surveillance, physical approach, communications interception. They're less effective against specialized methodologies designed specifically to exploit psychological blind spots." He turned to Vanessa. "The initial phase requires target background details only you can provide. Medication timing, personal routines, behavioral responses to potential variables." "I've already provided everything relevant," she replied cautiously. "Generalized information," Victor acknowledged. "But effective infiltration requires nuanced understanding of target psychology. Details that might seem insignificant in isolation often provide critical operational advantages." His persistence in seeking additional information about Frank's personal habits heightened Vanessa's suspicion. The questions seemed designed less for operational planning than intelligence gathering. "I'll review my notes," she said noncommittally. "Anything specific might be helpful?" Stress responses, Victor suggested immediately. How he reacts to unexpected situations, physical manifestations of anxiety, sleep disruption patterns. Doug interrupted impatiently. "These details seem secondary to the physical access plan. Can we focus on execution timeline and coordination protocols?" Victor smoothly shifted back to operational specifics, outlining communication channels and verification procedures for the coming week. The first phase, initial compound introduction and medical documentation establishment, was scheduled for 3 days hence, with monitoring of Frank's subsequent medical consultation to follow. As the meeting concluded, Victor provided cryptocurrency wallet information for the advance payment, along with verification protocols to confirm transfer receipt. One final question, Vanessa said as they prepare to leave. How many similar operations have you conducted against targets with Frank's specific background? Former special operations with ongoing security connections? Victor paused almost imperceptibly before answering. 3 comparable scenarios in the past decade, all successfully resolved without attribution complications. The hesitation, brief but noticeable, confirmed Vanessa's growing certainty that something about this arrangement was fundamentally wrong. Whether Victor was law enforcement testing their intentions, a competitor seeking intelligence, or something else entirely remained unclear. But the risk of proceeding without resolving these doubts seemed increasingly dangerous. "We need to hold off on the payment," Vanessa told Doug after they returned to their hotel. "Something about Victor isn't right. His answers, his information, the convenient gaps he's identified in Frank's security, it all feels constructed." "Constructed for what purpose?" Doug demanded. "If he were law enforcement, we'd already be arrested for conspiracy. If he's scamming us, he's going to elaborate lengths for a relatively modest payoff given the risks." "I don't know exactly," Vanessa admitted, "but my instincts are screaming that this is another trap, that somehow Frank is connected to this Victor person." Doug laughed incredulously. "You think Frank arranged for us to hire a hitman against him? That's beyond paranoid, Vanessa. Even Frank couldn't anticipate we'd go to these extremes." "Couldn't he?" she challenged. "He predicted everything else we've done. He positioned Hargrove as our financial savior, knowing we'd grab that lifeline without adequate due diligence. He manipulated DeMarco to pressure you precisely when your options were most limited. Why not this too?" The possibility hung between them, too plausible to dismiss despite its seeming improbability. Frank had indeed demonstrated uncanny ability to predict their responses and position countermeasures before they even recognized the threats. "So what do we do?" Doug asked finally. "If Victor is somehow connected to Frank, refusing to proceed might trigger whatever trap is being set. But continuing means transferring $2 million to an unidentified operative for services we now suspect may be compromised." Before Vanessa could respond, Doug's phone chimed with an incoming message, a rare occurrence since most of their communications channels had been compromised in recent weeks. He checked it, face paling as he read the contents. "What is it?" Vanessa asked. Doug handed her the phone wordlessly. The message came from one of his few remaining financial contacts. "Large insurance policy, plus $5M, on Frank Donovan's life discovered during standard underwriting review. Policy holder, Douglas Donovan. Effective date, 3 months ago. Potential fraud investigation initiated due to relationship disclosure inconsistencies. DeMarco Associates inquiring about policy details through industry channels." "This is impossible," Doug whispered. "I never took out any insurance policy on Frank. Never." The implication crystallized with terrible clarity in Vanessa's mind. Frank created it, she realized. He established a policy in your name, deliberately including irregularities that would trigger investigation if discovered. Why? What possible purpose? Motive, Vanessa interrupted. "He's manufacturing evidence that you had financial incentive to arrange his death. Combined with our meetings with Victor, who almost certainly works for Frank," Doug finished, the full picture finally emerging. "Recording our conversations, documenting our conspiracy, creating an evidence trail that leads directly to federal charges. The elegant brutality of the trap, positioning them to incriminate themselves in a murder conspiracy against the very person orchestrating their downfall, left them momentarily speechless. Frank hadn't just anticipated their desperate measures. He had deliberately created circumstances to encourage them while simultaneously documenting their response. "We need to disappear," Doug said urgently. "Now." before whatever endgame Frank has planned activates. Vanessa shook her head slowly. It's too late for that. If Victor is Frank's operative, they already have everything they need. Recorded discussions of murder for hire, payment arrangements, detailed planning of methodology. Even without the actual transfer of funds, the conspiracy documentation is complete. So we just wait for arrest? For complete destruction? Doug's voice cracked with desperation. We try to understand the bigger picture, Vanessa replied, mind racing through implications and potential responses. This elaborate setup, the insurance policy, Victor, the manufactured evidence trail, it's all building towards something specific, something beyond just legal jeopardy for conspiracy. Doug paced frantically, the confined hotel room suddenly feeling like a cage. It doesn't matter what Frank's ultimate objective is. We need to act now, find some way to counter these accusations before they become formal charges. Any defensive move we make could trigger whatever final phase Frank has prepared, Vanessa cautioned. We need to think carefully before. Her phone rang, interrupting the increasingly desperate discussion. Unknown number, but something compelled her to answer rather than ignore it, as she had most unfamiliar calls in recent weeks. Hello, Mrs. Donovan? An unfamiliar female voice. This is Melissa Carter from Sentinel Solutions HR department. I'm calling regarding your company access credentials and personal belongings. I don't understand, Vanessa replied cautiously. My access was revoked weeks ago during the transition. Yes, ma'am, the HR representative confirmed. However, there have been significant developments this morning. All employees have received documentation regarding your actions against the company. You and Mr. Douglas Donovan are permanently barred from all Sentinel properties and systems, effective immediately. Security has packed your remaining personal items for collection by courier. What documentation? Vanessa asked, dread building as another piece of Frank's plan revealed itself. A comprehensive file, Melissa replied, discomfort evident in her voice. Detailing your conspiracy against Mr. Frank Donovan, financial misappropriations, security protocol violations, and other matters of a personal nature. The entire staff received copies simultaneously at 9 a.m. today. After ending the call, Vanessa turned to Doug, who had heard enough of the conversation to understand its implications. He's exposed everything, she said numbly. Sent evidence of our betrayal to the entire company. Professional destruction, Doug noted grimly. On top of the financial and legal jeopardy. Frank's cutting off any possibility that industry connections might provide future opportunities. Before they could process this latest development, both their phones chimed simultaneously with breaking news alerts. The notification preview showed identical headlines across multiple sources. Sentinel Solutions leadership scandal. Executives plotted corporate takeover and possible criminal conspiracy against CEO. Frank had gone public, not just with internal company communication, but with full media exposure of their actions. Whatever endgame he had planned was accelerating toward conclusion. The hotel lobby television displayed continuous coverage of the Sentinel scandal as Vanessa and Doug attempted to leave discreetly that evening. Their faces appeared on screen periodically. Professional headshots from company materials contrasted with security camera images showing them entering the hotel where they had met Victor. We need to separate, Vanessa decided, watching a legal analyst discuss potential criminal charges they might face. Being together makes us more recognizable and limits mobility options. And go where? Doug demanded. Every financial resource is frozen or monitored. Every professional contact has received Frank's evidence package. We're radioactive. Before she could respond, the hotel's front desk clerk approached cautiously. Mr. Donovan? Ms. Palmer? There's a car waiting for you at the side entrance. The driver said it's urgent. They exchanged wary glances. We didn't arrange any transportation, Doug replied. The driver was quite insistent. The clerk said uncomfortably. He said to tell you, it's time for the final conversation. He seemed to think you'd understand. The message could only be from Frank. After weeks of operating through proxies and intermediaries, he was finally initiating direct contact. It could be another trap, Doug whispered as they debated their limited options. Everything has been a trap, Vanessa replied wearily. At least this one offers the possibility of understanding why. The car waiting outside was an unmarked black sedan with tinted windows. The driver, another unremarkable man in a suit who might have been Victor's brother, opened the rear door without speaking, his expression revealing nothing about their destination or purpose. With no viable alternatives remaining, they entered the vehicle, which immediately pulled away from the hotel. The driver maintained silence throughout the journey, ignoring their questions about destination and purpose. 30 minutes later, they arrived at a location both recognized immediately. The isolated lake house Frank had purchased 3 years earlier as a potential retirement property. The modernist structure sat dark against the evening sky, its glass and steel construction reflecting the water beyond. "He's waiting inside," the driver said, speaking for the first time as he opened their door. "He's alone." The lake house door stood unlocked, interior lights activated at minimum illumination. They entered cautiously, moving through the sparsely furnished great room toward the study where a single lamp created a pool of light. Frank sat behind the desk, his posture relaxed despite the tension surrounding this final confrontation. He gestured to the chairs opposite him. "Thank you for coming. Please sit." "As if we had a choice," Doug said bitterly, remaining standing while Vanessa took one of the offered seats. "There are always choices," Frank replied mildly, "though some paths offer more favorable outcomes than others." "Why all this?" Vanessa asked directly. "The elaborate schemes, the misdirection, Victor, the insurance policy. Why not just expose our initial betrayal and be done with it?" "Because exposure alone would have been incomplete," Frank explained, his tone disturbingly conversational given the circumstances. "It would have addressed the corporate dimension but left other matters unresolved." "What matters?" Doug demanded. "What else could possibly justify the systematic destruction you've orchestrated?" Frank turned his attention fully to his half-brother, studying him with an intensity that seemed to peel away layers of pretense. "Justice, Doug. Long delayed, but finally within reach." "Justice for what?" "Our attempt to take control of Sentinel? That hardly justifies." "Not for that," Frank interrupted quietly. "For something that happened 20 years ago. Something you've allowed me to carry responsibility for all this time." Doug's expression shifted from anger to confusion, then to dawning comprehension as Frank continued. "I've known for 7 years, Doug. About the brake lines. About the anonymous call to Dad warning him about mechanical issues with the car. About the gambling debts that would have destroyed you if he had lived to discover them." The color drained from Doug's face as the accusation registered. "You're insane," he whispered. "Dad's death was an accident. The investigation confirmed mechanical failure, but there was never any suggestion of tampering," Frank finished for him, "because the evidence was subtle, professional, the kind only identified through specialized analysis by someone specifically looking for it." He opened a folder on his desk. "Like the analysis I commissioned after finding these in your old storage unit." He slid several photographs across the desk, images of mechanical tools, technical diagrams of brake systems, and handwritten notes containing specifications that meant nothing to Vanessa but clearly devastated Doug. "That's impossible," Doug protested weakly. "Those storage boxes were destroyed years ago." "I made sure of it." "You made sure the visible boxes were destroyed," Frank corrected. "The ones hidden behind the false wall remained intact until I located them during my systematic review of your past." Vanessa watched this exchange with growing horror, the implications expanding beyond anything she had imagined. The conflict wasn't just about Sentinel or their betrayal. It was about something far older and more personal. "You're saying Doug caused your father's death?" she asked, needing confirmation of what seemed increasingly evident. "And you've known for years?" "Not just caused," Frank clarified, gaze still fixed on his increasingly agitated half-brother. "Planned, executed, and allowed me to believe my last argument with our father might have distracted him enough to miss warning signs of mechanical failure." The weight of this revelation, that Doug had not only committed patricide, but allowed his brother to carry psychological responsibility for years afterward, stunned Vanessa into momentary silence. "You've been planning this for 7 years," she realized aloud. The company, the marriage, all of it, constructed as an elaborate mechanism to expose Doug's crime and exact retribution. "Not initially," Frank admitted. "When I discovered the truth, my first impulse was direct confrontation. But deeper reflection suggested a more comprehensive approach might be justified. You married me as part of a revenge scheme against your brother?" The personal betrayal this represented cut through even Vanessa's awareness of her own culpability. "Our marriage had multiple dimensions," Frank replied, finally turning his attention back to her. "Some genuine, some strategic. The company likewise served both practical and instrumental purposes." "You're a monster," Doug interjected, finding his voice again. "Creating this elaborate fiction, drawing in innocent people, destroying lives. All for some twisted sense of justice about an accident from decades ago." "An accident," Frank repeated softly. "Is that still your description of calculated patricide? Of deliberate mechanical sabotage designed to eliminate the one person who might have discovered your financial crimes?" He stood, moving around the desk to face Doug directly. "You killed our father because he was close to uncovering your embezzlement from the family business. You orchestrated his death with the same calculation you later applied to our company takeover attempt. And you allowed me to carry the burden of his final moments for 20 years. The accusation hung in the air between them, Doug's lack of direct denial more damning than any protest might have been. Whatever history lay between these brothers had finally reached its point of reckoning, with Vanessa an unwitting participant in its resolution. "What happens now?" she asked, breaking the tense silence. "You've destroyed us professionally, financially, legally, exposed our betrayal to colleagues and the public, manufactured evidence of murder conspiracy. What more could your justice possibly require?" Frank turned to her, his expression softening fractionally. "That depends on choices still to be made. By both of you." "What choices?" Doug demanded bitterly. "You've eliminated all options except surrender." "Not quite," Frank replied. "There remains the question of how this concludes. With public destruction and criminal prosecution, or with a measure of privacy and dignity intact." "You're offering a deal," Vanessa realized. "After everything you've done, you're still negotiating terms." "I'm offering resolution," Frank corrected. "An end to the cycle that benefits no one's interests if prolonged further." As he outlined his proposed terms, Vanessa found herself watching Doug's reactions. The flicker of calculation behind his eyes, the subtle shift in posture suggesting continued resistance despite their catastrophic position. 20 years after allegedly murdering his father, Doug remained fundamentally unchanged, seeking advantage, planning countermoves, refusing to accept consequences regardless of evidence. And in that moment, she understood with perfect clarity that Frank's elaborate scheme hadn't been solely about revenge for past crimes. It had been about exposing the unchanging nature of his brother's character, to her, to the world, and perhaps most importantly, to Doug himself. The ultimate revenge wasn't destruction, but illumination, forcing Doug to confront the truth of his own nature in a context where denial was no longer possible. What Vanessa couldn't yet determine, as the brothers continued their tense negotiation, was her own role in this decades-long tragedy. Had she been merely collateral damage in Frank's quest for justice? A necessary sacrifice to complete his elaborate trap? Or something else entirely? A player with her own designated part in a script written long before she entered the scene? The answer, she suspected, awaited in whatever final revelation Frank had reserved for the conclusion of his meticulously orchestrated reckoning. Chapter 9. The Silent Reckoning. The lake rippled with gentle waves outside the glass walls of Frank's study, nature's indifference to human drama displayed in perfect clarity. Inside, the three figures remained locked in their final confrontation, Frank standing with the calm assurance of a man who had orchestrated every detail of the moment, Doug trapped in the unraveling of decades of deception, and Vanessa caught between them, still processing her role in the elaborate scenario. "You have evidence," Doug said finally, breaking the tense silence that had followed Frank's accusation about their father's death. "Real evidence, not just suspicions and old storage unit findings." It wasn't a question, but a recognition of inevitable fact. Doug had always possessed an animal instinct for when a situation had become truly inescapable. "Comprehensive documentation," Frank confirmed, returning to his desk and opening a laptop. "Technical analysis of the brake line tampering showing deliberate scoring at precise stress points. Financial records revealing your embezzlement from the family business. Nearly $200,000 diverted to cover gambling debts. Phone records connecting you to known mechanical saboteurs in the months before Dad's accident." He turned the screen toward them, displaying the first in what appeared to be an extensive series of files. "Most critically, I have sworn testimony from Michael Reeves, the specialist you hired to advise on the most effective methods of brake failure. He's been quite cooperative since I located him 3 years ago." Doug sank into the remaining chair, the weight of exposure finally breaking through his defensive posture. "How long have you been building this case?" 7 years of active investigation," Frank replied, though the questions began much earlier. Certain inconsistencies in the accident report never aligned with Dad's driving habits or the road conditions that day. But I lacked both resources and expertise to pursue those doubts until after my military career provided both. Vanessa studied Frank's expression as he spoke. The controlled calm that had always been his hallmark now revealed as something deeper than mere temperament. His entire life since discovering his suspicions about Doug had been shaped by the patient accumulation of evidence, the strategic positioning of resources, all directed toward this moment of final accounting. "Why wait?" she asked. "If you've had conclusive evidence for years, why not expose Doug immediately? Why construct this elaborate corporate trap?" "Multiple considerations," Frank explained, his gaze remaining on Doug. "Practical justice required more than simply exposing the crime. It needed to address the full spectrum of consequences, not just Dad's death, but the years of deception that followed, the psychological manipulation, the willingness to sacrifice others for self-preservation." He turned to a new file on the laptop. Financial records showing periodic transfers from Doug to various gambling operations and loan sharks over the 2 decades since their father's death. "The pattern never changed," Frank continued. "New ventures, new opportunities, same fundamental flaws. The embezzlement techniques evolved but remained consistent in basic approach. The willingness to harm others when cornered remained constant. I needed to document that continuity to ensure comprehensive justice." "Justice or revenge?" Vanessa challenged. "There's a difference between exposing past crimes and orchestrating new ones just to punish the perpetrator." "An important distinction," Frank acknowledged, "which is why I created opportunities rather than entrapment." At each stage, Doug had alternatives to betrayal, theft, and conspiracy. He consistently chose the path that confirmed the character assessment my investigation had established. Doug laughed bitterly. "So this was all an elaborate psychological experiment, setting up scenarios to see if I'd fail your moral tests?" "Not experiments," Frank corrected. "Controlled opportunities for rehabilitation or confirmation. The choices were always yours." "And me?" Vanessa asked the question that had been building since the revelations began. "Was I just another controlled opportunity in your justice project? A variable introduced to test Doug's loyalty or provide additional leverage?" Frank's expression changed subtly as he turned to her, something almost like regret briefly visible before his composed mask returned. "Your role evolved over time," he said carefully. "Initially, you represented a legitimate business partnership with significant potential value. The personal dimension developed unexpectedly, but you leveraged it," she pressed. "Used our marriage as part of your larger strategy against Doug. I recognized its strategic value once certain patterns became evident," Frank admitted. "But that recognition came after genuine connection had been established. The partial acknowledgement of authentic feeling amid calculated manipulation left Vanessa uncertain whether to feel marginally comforted or more thoroughly betrayed. Before she could pursue this line further, Doug interrupted with renewed energy. "None of this explains your obsessive documentation of our recent actions," he said. "The surveillance, Victor, the insurance policy fraud, those go far beyond exposing a 20-year-old crime, no matter how serious. They establish current criminal intent," Frank replied, demonstrating that the underlying character issues that led to Dad's death remain active and dangerous. "Your willingness to consider murder as a solution to business problems confirms the assessment that began with my investigation of his death." He closed the laptop and leaned forward, addressing Doug with focused intensity. "The evidence regarding Dad's death might have been challenged in court given its age and circumstantial elements. Your recent conspiracy removes any ambiguity about appropriate consequences." He closed the laptop and leaned forward, addressing Doug with focused intensity. "The evidence regarding Dad's death might have been challenged in court given its age and circumstantial elements. Your recent conspiracy removes any ambiguity about appropriate consequences." "So this was all about building an airtight legal case," Doug concluded. 20 years of planning to ensure I couldn't escape prosecution through legal technicalities." "Partly," Frank acknowledged, "though true justice has dimensions beyond legal proceedings." Before he could elaborate, headlights swept across the lake house windows as vehicles approached outside. Frank checked his watch with the air of a man, confirming an expected development. "Right on schedule," he noted. "A decision point approaches for both of you." "What decision?" Vanessa asked, tension building as multiple car doors slammed outside. "Whether to accept negotiated consequences or risk the full weight of uncontrolled legal proceedings." Frank stood as footsteps approached the front door. "Federal agents are here with warrants for both of you on multiple charges. How those charges are ultimately filed and prosecuted depends on choices you make in the next few minutes." The door opened without knocking, admitting 4 individuals whose bearing and attire immediately identified them as federal law enforcement despite their lack of visible insignia or identification. Mr. Donovan, the lead agent, greeted Frank with professional recognition. "We have the documentation you referenced." "Thank you for your prompt response, Agent Keller," Frank replied. "Ms. Palmer and Mr. Donovan are aware of the general situation, though perhaps not the specific charges under consideration." The agent nodded, turning to address Vanessa and Doug directly. "I have federal warrants for both of you on charges including conspiracy to commit murder, wire fraud, misappropriation of classified materials, tax evasion, and several additional financial crimes. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law." As the familiar Miranda warning continued, Vanessa felt a strange detachment from the proceedings, as if watching a film rather than experiencing her own arrest. The moment had an air of inevitability, the culmination of mistakes and miscalculations that had begun long before she entered the narrative. "There is an alternative approach," Frank interjected after the agent completed the formal notification. As discussed earlier, Agent Keller nodded. "We have authorization for modified processing based on cooperation parameters, subject to immediate implementation of agreed terms." "What modified processing?" Doug demanded. "What terms?" "Voluntary surrender," Frank explained. "Full confession to specified charges, cooperation with ongoing investigations, and acceptance of negotiated sentencing recommendations. In exchange, certain charges would be reduced or filed as separate matters, resulting in significantly shorter incarceration periods and potential for monitored release programs." "You've arranged plea deals for us," Vanessa realized, "before we were even arrested." "Conditional frameworks," Frank clarified, "subject to your acceptance and full compliance with disclosure requirements." The controlled nature of the situation, Frank coordinating with federal authorities, establishing parameters for their prosecution, essentially determining the shape of justice they would face, reflected a level of influence far beyond what she had imagined possible. "Why offer any mitigation?" Doug asked suspiciously. "After all this effort to ensure maximum charges, why provide escape routes?" Because justice and vengeance aren't synonymous, Frank replied. Appropriate consequences need not be maximally destructive to be effective. Agent Keller interrupted the exchange. We need decisions now. The alternative processing option expires when we leave this location. Vanessa studied Frank's expression, searching for the motivation behind this unexpected offer of limited clemency. After years of patient preparation to ensure their downfall, this last-minute introduction of mitigating options seemed inconsistent with his previous approach. I accept the terms, she said finally, recognizing the futility of resistance given the evidence arrayed against them. Whatever reduced charges Frank had negotiated represented her best hope for eventual recovery of some semblance of a future. Doug remained defiant. This is coercion, manufactured evidence, combined with procedural manipulation. Any competent attorney will dismantle this entire case. Your choice. Agent Keller responded with professional indifference. Standard processing remains available if preferred. As the agents separated them for formal arrest procedures, Vanessa caught a final glimpse of Frank watching the proceedings with an expression that defied simple categorization. Neither triumph nor regret, but something more complex that suggested the conclusion unfolding was both exactly as he had planned and somehow still carrying unexpected weight. The detention facility interview room contained nothing but a metal table, 2 chairs, and the pervasive sense of institutional observation that defines such spaces. Vanessa had been there for 3 hours, the initial processing procedures completed with mechanical efficiency by personnel who treated her neither with hostility nor compassion. When the door finally opened, she expected another anonymous official with forms to sign or rights to explain. Instead, Frank entered alone, closing the door behind him that seemed incongruous in this environment of harsh sounds and abrupt movements. You have 10 minutes, he said, taking the seat opposite her, after which formal charging procedures will begin based on your earlier acceptance of negotiated terms. How did you arrange this? Vanessa asked, gesturing to the private meeting in what should have been a restricted setting. Along with everything else? Professional relationships established during military service, Frank replied simply, combined with the legitimate law enforcement interest in resolving multiple criminal investigations efficiently. The explanation, while plausible, seemed inadequate given the extraordinary latitude he had been granted throughout the entire process. But pursuing that mystery felt less important than understanding aspects of their history that remained unresolved. When did you know, she asked directly, about Doug and me, before we made any move against you? Frank studied her for a moment before answering. I identified the initial infidelity approximately 14 months ago. The corporate conspiracy elements became evident approximately 8 months later. The timeline hit Vanessa with unexpected force. You knew for over a year and said nothing. Did nothing. I observed, Frank corrected, analyzed patterns, assessed intentions, evaluated potential trajectories, and adjusted strategic elements accordingly. You could have confronted us, Vanessa pointed out. Divorced me, fired Doug, avoided the entire elaborate counter-conspiracy. Direct intervention would have addressed symptoms rather than underlying causes, Frank explained, and provided incomplete resolution to the broader pattern of deception that connected to historical events. A new realization formed in Vanessa's mind as she processed his response. You needed us to fully execute our betrayal, to create documented evidence of Doug's unchanged character 2 decades after your father's death. Among other considerations, Frank acknowledged. What other considerations could possibly justify maintaining a marriage you knew was compromised? Continuing a business partnership with people conspiring against you? Frank's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. Confirmation of certain theories regarding manipulation techniques and susceptibility patterns. Doug has always possessed a particular talent for identifying and exploiting vulnerabilities in others. I needed to document that capability in action with a subject whose baseline psychology I understood thoroughly. The implication crystallized with shocking clarity. I was the subject, Vanessa said quietly. You used our marriage to study how Doug manipulated me, to create evidence of his techniques. That oversimplifies a complex analytical framework, Frank replied, though his lack of direct denial confirmed her assessment. The relationship between you and Doug provided valuable insights into influence patterns that connected directly to historical behavior models established during my investigation of Dad's death. The clinical description of what had been, for her, an emotionally significant relationship, however misguided and ultimately destructive, struck Vanessa with unexpected pain. To have been reduced to an observational subject in Frank's elaborate psychological study seemed almost more dehumanizing than the legal consequences now unfolding. "So when I called you," she said, recalling the pivotal moment when she had delivered news of their betrayal while believing him to be in Europe, "when I told you I had given everything to Doug, that was exactly what you were waiting for." "It was a confirmation point," Frank acknowledged. "The trigger for transitioning from documentation to response phase. In your calm reaction, that wasn't shock or denial. You'd already set everything in motion. The countermeasures were established and awaiting activation," he confirmed. "Your call provided the final authorization condition for implementing the response protocol." The conversation paused as Vanessa absorbed this information. The realization that what she had perceived as her moment of power had actually been the culmination of Frank's patience, the final piece clicking into place in his meticulously constructed plan. "There's one thing I still don't understand," she said finally. "Why take such an indirect approach with Doug? If you had evidence of his involvement in your father's death, why not simply present it to authorities years ago?" "The evidence was compelling but not conclusive from a prosecution standpoint," Frank explained. "And direct legal proceedings would have addressed only the historical crime, not the ongoing pattern of behavior that made Doug a continuing threat to others. So instead, you constructed an elaborate trap. The company, the marriage, all of it designed to create a controlled environment where Doug would reveal his true nature. Not initially constructed for that purpose," Frank clarified, "but adapted to serve multiple objectives as circumstances evolved." A knock at the door signaled the end of their allotted time. Frank stood, straightening his jacket with the same precise movement that had once been so familiar in their shared domestic life. "You never answer my question," Vanessa said as he prepared to leave. "Was any of it real? Between us?" Frank paused, considering her with an expression that briefly revealed complexity beneath his controlled exterior. "Elements were genuine," he said finally. "More than would be strategically optimal in a purely instrumental arrangement." It wasn't the answer she had hoped for, but perhaps the most honest one possible given the circumstances that had defined their relationship. Before she could respond, the door opened to admit the federal officials who would guide her through the formal charging process. "One last thing," Frank said from the doorway. "Your cooperation will significantly impact eventual outcomes. Full disclosure matters more than you might currently recognize." With that cryptic advice, he departed, leaving Vanessa to face the consequences of actions that, she now understood, had been anticipated and channeled long before she recognized the game being played. The federal detention center, where Doug awaited transfer to more permanent facilities, offered limited privacy and fewer comforts. When Frank was escorted into the secure meeting room 3 days after the arrests, Doug's appearance already showed signs of adaptation to institutional reality. The designer clothes replaced by standard-issue garments, the carefully maintained appearance giving way to pragmatic institutional conformity. "Come to gloat," Doug greeted him, hands manacled to the table between them. Unlike Vanessa, he had rejected the negotiated terms, choosing instead to maintain claims of innocence despite the overwhelming evidence. To provide context, Frank corrected, taking the seat opposite his half-brother, and to ensure certain historical matters are fully clarified before proceedings advance further. "More accusations about Dad?" Doug laughed bitterly. "You've already destroyed everything I built. What more could you possibly want to extract from ancient history?" "Not accusations," Frank replied. "Clarifications about choices made then and since, beginning with Dad's will and the provisions it contained." Doug's expression shifted slightly, wariness replacing dismissive anger. What about the will? Everything went to you as expected. Dad's golden boy getting his reward for perfect loyalty. That's the narrative you constructed, Frank acknowledged. But not what the document actually specified. He placed a folder on the table, opening it to reveal legal documents bearing their father's signature and official notary seals. Dad's final will, executed 6 weeks before his death, included a separate trust established specifically for you. $2 million plus 20% ownership of the family business, to be transferred on your 30th birthday. Doug stared at the documents, confusion evident in his expression. That's impossible. I saw the will after the funeral. Everything transferred to you with nothing but symbolic allocations to me. You saw the preceding will, Frank corrected. The updated version was secured with Dad's attorney, with instructions for implementation at the specified time. Instructions I intercepted after identifying evidence of your involvement in his death. The implication settled slowly over Doug as he processed this revelation. You hid my inheritance? For 20 years. I delayed its distribution, Frank clarified, ensuring you remain financially dependent rather than securing the independence Dad had actually intended for you. Why? Doug demanded, genuine bewilderment, replacing his usual calculated responses. Why hide something that would have given me exactly what I wanted? Freedom from your control, from always being in your shadow. Because true justice required more than simple punishment, Frank explained. It needed to illuminate the unnecessary nature of the original crime. Dad wasn't limiting your future or restricting your potential as you believed. He was preparing substantial support while still requiring certain developmental milestones. He turned to another document in the folder. His private notes regarding the trust explain his reasoning. He wanted you to establish self-discipline and responsibility before receiving resources that might otherwise enable self-destructive patterns. The timing wasn't punishment but protection, designed to ensure you would be prepared to use the inheritance constructively. The revelation struck Doug with visible force. The understanding that the resentment that had fueled his actions against their father had been based on a fundamental misreading of intentions and plans. You let me believe you dismissed me as worthless, Doug said quietly. For 20 years, you reinforced that narrative while knowing the truth was entirely different. I allowed you to maintain the self-justifying fiction you had created, Frank corrected. The narrative that made your actions against him seem rational rather than revealing their true nature as impulsive destruction driven by inability to delay gratification. And keeping me financially dependent on you, making me beg for assistance after each failure, that was your idea of justice. It was controlled observation of character development, Frank replied, creating conditions where your fundamental choices would be documented over time, establishing whether the traits that led to Dad's death were aberrations or defining characteristics. The clinical description of what had been for Doug 2 decades of perceived marginalization and dependency cut through his remaining defenses. For perhaps the first time in their adult relationship, genuine emotion rather than calculated response showed in his expression. You've been experimenting on me, he said, voice barely above a whisper. Using me as some kind of psychological test subject in your twisted justice project. I've been documenting patterns consistent with initial assessment, Frank corrected, while providing controlled opportunities for alternative behavioral pathways. The choices remained yours throughout. Doug stared at him with newfound comprehension. Sentinel Solutions, bringing me into the company. The operational role that gave me access and opportunity. All designed as another test environment to see what I would do. A controlled context for behavioral observation, Frank acknowledged, with multiple potential outcome paths depending on your choices. And Vanessa? Where did she fit in your grand experimental design? Something flickered briefly across Frank's expression, the only hint of genuine discomfort he had displayed throughout the execution of his plan. A complex variable introduced for specific analytical purposes, he said after a moment, though one that developed unanticipated dimensions over time. The deliberately vague answer suggested complexities Frank was unwilling to explore further, even in this final confrontation between brothers. Whatever role Vanessa had played in his elaborate scheme clearly contained elements that defied his usual clinical categorization. "So what happens now?" Doug asked, gesturing to their surroundings. "You've achieved your justice. Exposed my crimes past and present. Destroyed everything I built. Confirmed whatever psychological profile you constructed decades ago. Is this the end of your project?" "That depends on choices still available to you," Frank replied. "The negotiated terms remain available despite your initial rejection. Full disclosure and cooperation could substantially alter your long-term outcomes. Why offer any mitigation at all?" Doug challenged. "After 20 years of planning this perfect revenge, why provide any escape route?" Frank considered the question seriously before responding. "Because revenge and justice serve different purposes. The former focuses on balancing perceived scales through reciprocal harm. The latter on establishing appropriate consequences that address both past actions and future risks." "And which have you been pursuing all this time?" "Initially, revenge," Frank admitted with unexpected candor. "The discovery of your role in Dad's death triggered response patterns consistent with retributive objectives. But over time, the framework evolved toward more comprehensive justice considerations." Doug laughed without humor. "So you became enlightened during a decades-long revenge scheme? Developed moral complexity while systematically destroying my life. I recognize that pure destruction serves limited purpose beyond emotional satisfaction," Frank clarified. "Particularly when potential for rehabilitation exists, however minimal the probability." The conversation paused as both men contemplated the twisted path that had led them to this final confrontation. Brothers bound by blood and divided by choices made decades earlier. Their relationship defined by deception, manipulation, and carefully maintained appearances that masked deeper truths. "The negotiated terms expire tomorrow," Frank said finally, gathering the documents and returning them to the folder. "After which standard federal prosecution protocols apply with all associated consequences." As he stood to leave, Doug asked one final question. "Was it worth it? 20 years of your life dedicated to this elaborate justice project against your own brother?" Frank paused at the door, considering the question with unexpected thoroughness. "Worth is subjective," he replied eventually. "But necessary? Yes. Some cycles require definitive intervention to prevent continuation across generations." With that enigmatic assessment, he departed, leaving Doug alone with the accumulated consequences of choices made across decades, from the desperate decision that ended their father's life to the recent conspiracy that had finally triggered Frank's meticulously planned response. 3 weeks later, Frank stood alone on the dock extending from the lake house property, watching the setting sun cast lengthening reflections across the water. The legal proceedings against Vanessa and Doug had advanced along expected pathways, her cooperation leading toward the negotiated terms he had arranged, his continued resistance resulting in comprehensive charges carrying potential sentences that would effectively end his productive life. Sentinel Solutions had been transformed through the carefully structured arrangement with William Hargrove, who had already implemented the employee stock ownership plan that would ultimately transfer control to those who had built the company's value through their collective efforts. Eliza Chun had accepted the CEO position with reluctance initially, but was already demonstrating the leadership capabilities Frank had identified years earlier. His phone vibrated with an incoming message from Gerald Blackwood. Final documentation executed. All transfers complete. Confirmation of destination arrival expected within 48 hours. The notification represented the conclusion of Frank's visible existence in this particular life. The legal dissolution of identities and connections that had defined him professionally and personally for the past decade. New documentation, new financial structures, and new geographical locations awaited, all prepared meticulously as part of contingency planning that had begun the moment he discovered the truth about his father's death. He had achieved the justice he sought, Doug finally facing consequences for actions long concealed, the pattern of deception and manipulation exposed beyond possibility of denial or evasion. Vanessa, too, faced appropriate measures for her role in the conspiracy, though the negotiated terms he had arranged would allow eventual rebuilding of some form of life after consequences were properly addressed. As for Frank himself, the completion of this long-planned reckoning left an unexpected emptiness where driving purpose had resided for so many years. The meticulous construction of evidence, the patient observation of behavioral patterns, the strategic positioning of resources for eventual deployment, all had provided focus and direction beyond normal professional or personal objectives. Now that focus was gone, the mission complete, the justice finally secured after 2 decades of preparation and execution. What remained was the question of what purpose would replace it. What objective would provide meaning after the consumption of so much life energy in this single-minded pursuit? Gerald had asked during their final meeting whether Frank felt victorious, whether the successful execution of his plan had provided the satisfaction its thoroughness deserved. The question had remained unanswered, not from evasion, but from genuine uncertainty about what emotion should accompany the conclusion of such an extended campaign. Not victory, certainly. The hollowness of that concept had become evident as he observed the final dissolution of lives and relationships he had helped construct, however instrumental their creation had been. Not regret, either, despite certain unanticipated complications and attachments that had developed during the operational phase. What he felt instead was a complex absence, the vacuum left when purpose departs without immediate replacement. Freedom, perhaps, from the weight of unresolved justice that had shaped his decisions and actions for half his adult life. But freedom to what end remained undefined as he stood watching darkness gradually claim the lake before him. Tomorrow would bring practical transitions, the disappearance of Frank Donovan from all visible records and relationships, the emergence of an identity constructed years earlier in preparation for this eventuality. New locations, new contexts, new possibilities unconstrained by the demands of his justice project. But tonight, in this final moment of transition between operational completion and whatever came next, Frank allowed himself to acknowledge the mixed nature of his achievement. Justice secured, but at considerable cost to all involved. Patterns exposed, but lives damaged beyond repair in the process. Truth established, but built upon years of calculated deception. The complexity of those recognitions would have troubled someone with less compartmentalized psychological architecture. For Frank, they represented expected operational outcomes, neither to be celebrated nor mourned, but acknowledged as the natural consequences of necessary action. As darkness settled fully over the lake, he turned toward the house, mind already shifting to the practical details of tomorrow's transition. The chapter closing behind him had consumed decades of focus and resources, but had always been just one component of a broader life architecture designed for adaptation and evolution. Whatever came next would be approached with the same thoroughness that had characterized everything preceding it: objectives defined, resources allocated, contingencies established. The specific purpose remained undefined, a rare blank space in Frank's otherwise meticulously planned existence. That temporary absence of defined mission represented something unfamiliar yet potentially valuable, an opportunity to construct purpose based on forward-looking objectives rather than resolution of historical injustice. The prospect held unexpected appeal as Frank gathered the few possessions that would accompany him into his next identity. The silent reckoning was complete. What followed would be written on different terms, unconstrained by the demands of long-delayed justice that had defined so much of the life now concluding. In that liberation from historical purpose lay possibilities Frank had not permitted himself to consider while his primary mission remained unaccomplished. Now, with accounts balanced and consequences appropriately aligned with actions, those possibilities awaited exploration under whatever identity emerged to replace the one being systematically dismantled. The prospect of that undefined future, the first truly open horizon he had faced in decades, accompanied Frank as he closed the door on the lake house and the life it represented for the final time. And there you have it. Another story comes to an end. What did you think? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoy this story, consider joining our community by subscribing. It means the world to us. For more stories like this one, check out the recommended videos on screen. And I'll see you there.